Optasia, popularly known as Channel VAS, has maintained a near-exclusive grip on airtime credit and data advance services, particularly on the MTN network and several of its African affiliates. The regulatory agency FCCPC expressed concerns that despite dominating the market for years, the company maintains little operational infrastructure in the country, employs virtually no Nigerian staff, and does not share consumer credit data with local credit bureaus or Nigerian financial institutions. Consequently, the FCCPC has reportedly argued that opening the market to competition will promote local participation, strengthen Nigeria's fintech ecosystem, create employment opportunities, and stem the continuous outflow of capital from the country. Expert sources who spoke with Daily Post on condition of anonymity further alleged that the company has used a combination of legal actions, lobbying efforts, and pressure tactics over the years to preserve its dominant position in the market, a situation regulators believe. Before Tinubu's directive to the FCCPC, indications emerged that Optasia attempted to pressure the presidency to preserve its dominant position that extended beyond the courtroom. Apart from securing an interim court injunction against the FCCPC's actions, the company reportedly pursued high-level diplomatic interventions, including attempts to enlist the support of a foreign president to persuade President Tinubu to maintain the status quo, the source revealed. However, the presidency was said to have rejected the pressure after reviewing FCCPC long dominated by a single foreign operator into a competitive ecosystem capable of generating greater prosperity for Nigerian businesses, consumers, and the wider economy. So just keep this story somewhere. We'll never surrender to terrorists and bandits, Tinubu vows. President Bola Tinubu has vowed never to succumb to terrorism, banditry, or any form of criminal intimidation, promising to intensify efforts at reducing the economic hardship confronting Nigerians. Tinubu made these remarks through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, on Sunday at the National Interdenominational Church Service held at the National Christian Center in Abuja as part of activities marking the 2026 Democracy Day celebration. The service themed God of Hope, Actualize Our Dreams, was attended by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps Benjamin Kalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs Bianca Odumego Ojukwu, and Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Walson-Jack. The SGF, while delivering President Tinubu's message, congratulated Nigerians on 27 uninterrupted years of democratic rule since 1999, describing the milestone as a testament to the resilience and sacrifices of citizens who fought for the restoration of democracy. He paid tributes to pro-democracy execution, injuries, and death in that quest. According to him, the government was fully aware of the economic strain, insecurity, kidnappings, and displacement affecting communities across the country. The government is sensitive to all these pains, shares in these pains, and has heard your cries, he said, adding that Tinubu was addressing the challenges with compassion and a strong sense of responsibility. Speaking on security, the president described recent attacks and abductions as painful reminders that more work remained to be done, but assured citizens that the safe return of all persons in captivity remain a national priority. He added that security agencies are being supported with the necessary resources to protect lives, secure properties and communities, and preserve Nigeria's territorial integrity. He said the government of Nigeria shall never succumb to terror, banditry, or any form of criminal. But they are quite lengthy. Constitution review, state police getting immediate attention. Senate. Barring any twist, the Senate expects to pass the proposed further amendments to the Post, the Tribune Online. Findings on Sunday indicate that with the Electoral Act 2026 and the primaries of political parties for the 2027 polls having been put to rest, the attention of lawmakers in the National Assembly would focus on the Constitution from now to the start of the 2026 legislative recess in July. However, most immediate among the proposals is the amendment seeking to create state police, owing to the urgency by government at the three tiers to find a realistic answer to the insecurity ravaging the country. Correspondent of Tribune gathered that the high-level meetings involving the Senate, House of Representatives, the presidency, and major security sector stakeholders in the last few days have devoted time x-raying state police with a view to adopting the most implementable framework for the 36 states, the FCT, and the federal government. Chairman, Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, confirmed to Tribune Online that the bill on state police would receive almost immediate passage within days from now if all the stakeholders fine-tuned and agree on the framework for implementation across the Federation. It says there's going to be a framework which we want to be very smooth, to have an understanding between the legislature and the executive on state police, the law and funding and every other thing. We don't want to go back and forth on it. We want to bring it to the National Assembly once and for all, like we did with the tax laws. We have... Excuse me. We have to allay the fears of a few people about state police as well. Now we have gotten to the height of everything and there will be no more delay. Regarding other amendments, bills, Senator Adaramodu disclosed that the legislature has long concluded work on them, including holding zonal public hearings and harmonizing reports on them for clause-by-clause consideration on the floor. It said all amendments will be passed before the commencement of the legislative recess next month, that is July. He emphasized the urgency of state police, describing it as seriously on the burner because of the sporadic attacks by bandits, insurgents, and kidnappers. Section 9 sub 2 of the Constitution specifies the procedure for amendment, requiring a bill to pass with at least a two-thirds majority in both the Senate and the House of Representatives. It means a report on the amendment bill must secure the votes of at least 240 members out of the 360 in the House of Representatives and 72 out of 109 senators. Once the National Assembly has passed it, the report will be forwarded to the state houses of assembly where at least two-thirds of the states, that is 24 out of 36, must approve and then return to the National Assembly for harmonization and then transmission to the President for either assent or decline. The cable newspaper is our next stop. So remember that first story I read to you this morning from Daily Post? Well, cable begins with a reverse of that story. We're not involved. FCCPC denies reports of airtime credit market overhaul. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has distanced itself from reports claiming it secured presidential approval to open Nigeria's airtime credit market to 9 new operators. The agency's position comes after several national newspapers reported that President Bola Tinubu approved plans to restructure the airtime credit market as part of the administration's Nigeria First policy. The reports claim that the latest regulatory move would allow 9 Nigerian fintech companies to participate in the sector, which has traditionally been dominated by telecommunications operators and their partners. The companies named in the reports, but they included them here, but for want of time, let's move on. The reports also claim the move aims at reducing capital flight and expand local participation in the digital lending and airtime credit ecosystem. Some of the reports estimate the market to be about 3 trillion naira annually, but industry estimates have generally placed the value of the sector between 300 and 400 billion naira. Speaking on the development in a statement on Saturday, Ondaje Ijagu, Director of Corporate Affairs at the Commission, said the FCCPC was neither aware of nor involved in the claims attributed to it. The Commission wishes to state clearly that it's not aware of and was not involved in the claims attributed to it in the report, absolutely. It also said the implementation of Dion Consumer Lending Regulations 2025 remains suspended. Ijagu said the suspension followed an interim injunction granted by the Federal High Court in Lagos on April 15 in a suit filed by the Wireless Application Service Providers Association of Nigeria, WASPAN. As a law-abiding public institution, FCCPC remains bound by the court order to suspend enforcement of the regulation pending the determination of the substantive case by the court, which has been fixed for July 20, 2026 for further hearing. He said the Commission remains committed to pursuing all lawful processes in respect of the matter while complying fully with the orders of the court. Okay. Still from the cable, one of their extras, Anambra arraigns 8 pastors for staging fake miracles with hired actors. Anambra State government has arraigned 8 pastors before a high court in Awka over alleged violations of the state's Homeland Security Law 2025, including staging arranged miracles with hired actors to deceive and exploit worshippers. Tobechukwu Weke, Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, led the prosecution. The charges include wielding fake supernatural powers, using places of worship to commit crimes contrary to sections 18 sub 3 and 19 sub 1 of the Homeland Security Law, and obtaining money by false pretense under the Advanced Fee Fraud Act. After the arraignment, the court remanded the pastors in a correctional facility. The matter adjourned to June 15, 2026 for hearing of bail application. The development is part of Chukwuma Soludo's intensified crackdown on individuals exploiting the public under the guise of religion. Weeks earlier, Soludo said several fake pastors were in custody and confessing while vowing to rid the state of deceptive practices that prey on vulnerable citizens. He challenged miracle performing pastors to demonstrate genuine healings at public hospitals like Amaku. The state government views the alleged activities. Okay. So I think we can continue now. So the state government views the alleged activities as not only fraudulent, but also linked to broader criminality that undermines public safety and security. And then this day newspaper, Conversation for Opinion poll, Akpabio probing Nigerian military will undermine troops' morale and operational effectiveness. So this is the statement. And I asked the question for Opinion poll. If the probe could ensure transparency, won't it affect the battle against insecurity in a good way, thus boost morale? Right? Won't it? Let's listen to what Akpabio has to say here in this statement. President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has explained the Senate's refusal to probe military spending, stressing that subjecting the military to a public legislative inquisition at a critical time when the Nigerian troops are engaged on multiple fronts against terrorism, banditry, and other grave threats to national security risk undermining their morale and operational effectiveness. I don't understand it. Explaining the reasons for the lawmakers' rejection of a senator's call for a probe of military spending, Akpabio, in a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Honorable Esime Eibo, insists that the present moment was not appropriate for a public investigation of the Nigerian armed forces. The Senate that last Wednesday rejected a motion seeking an investigation into military spending amid rising insecurity across the country. That motion was moved strongly by Adams Oshomole. The rejection followed deliberations on a motion sponsored by Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari, who drew the senator's attention to the abduction of students and teachers, including a toddler, during attacks on communities in Oyo State. Defending the lawmakers' decision, Akpabio, while acknowledging legislative oversight as a constitutional responsibility of the National Assembly, argues that with the Nigerian troops currently engaged on multiple fronts against terrorism, banditry, and other grave threats to national security, The present moment is not appropriate a time for such public investigation. The Senate President believes strongly that support, collaboration, and closed-door engagement with security agencies are more productive at this critical time. It added that oversight would be exercised responsibly without creating distractions that could embolden adversaries or draw attention away from the urgent task of securing the nation. So, these are his explanations. If we had a probe, does it mean that we would have to recall soldiers on the front line? Or it would be their chiefs. Perhaps you call the chief of finance, you call the chief of army staff. Come and explain. What's your inventory like? What's the armory like? This money was appropriated. How much have you spent? What was it spent on? Salaries. How much are we using in executing the war? I don't understand. I asked the question, so I like your answers. In fact, we will explore it today. So these stories will be our final stories, but they are long, especially the second one. So let's begin with the first one. Daily Trust between Atiku Abubakar and Babachi Lawal. Your heart full of bitterness, Atiku replies Babachi Lawal. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused Babachi Lawal, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation SGF, of making divisive and ethnically charged rhetoric in recent times. In a statement issued by his Senior Special Assistant and Public Communication Frank Schwaibu on Sunday, Atiku said it's unfortunate that the man of Babachi's standing had chosen to abandon facts and reason in favor of ethnic profiling, prejudice, and conspiracy in his desperate attempt to discredit a political opponent. The former vice president noted that throughout his lengthy public attacks, Babachi Lawal failed to present a single piece of evidence to support his grave allegations, choosing instead to invite Nigerians to substitute suspicion for proof and emotion for facts. According to Atiku, the most disturbing aspect of Babachi's latest intervention is not his criticism, which remains his democratic right, but his repeated attempt to portray an entire ethnic group as inherently linked to criminality. He said it was both dangerous and irresponsible to suggest that any Nigerian should be judged, condemned, or held accountable for crimes committed by individuals simply because they share a common ancestry. Atiku observed that by such flawed reasoning, every ethnic nationality in Nigeria could be collectively blamed for the actions of a few criminal elements within their communities, a mindset that has historically fueled division and undermined national unity. He further noted the irony of Mr. Lawal, who now seeks to demonize the very ethnic group from which former President Muhammadu Buhari emerged. He recalled that it was Buhari who appointed Babachi to the highest office he ever occupied in public service as Secretary to the Government of the Federation. At no point did Mr. Lawal object to receiving such trust and elevation from a Fulani president. He accepted the office, the privileges, and the prestige that came with it. It is therefore difficult to understand why he now seeks to stigmatize an entire ethnic group merely because another Fulani man seeks the presidency through democratic means. Atiku's statement. So what did Babachi Lawal say? Well, he's also blaming Oshibajo for his sack then. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Babachi Lawal, reacted to the controversy which trailed his exit from the African Democratic Congress ADC. He was citing what he described as the party's abandonment of internal democracy. Lawal then announced his resignation as at last week Monday. In a statement posted on his verified social media account, the former SGF accused the ADC of manipulating its presidential and other primaries to favor former President or Vice President Atiku Abubakar and his allies. He alleged that legitimate candidates were sidelined and some election outcomes, had been predetermined. In yet another social media post, Lawal said he was not moved by criticisms from Atiku supporters. All these insults are predicated on only two planks as follows, but every single one of them avoided my argument. The first is that I am a grass cutter, disgraced out of office on account of the scandal. I find this amusing because it was clearly a setup to get me out of office on account of my very close relationship with General Buhari, who, unknown to them, had been my mentor since 1971. So his mentor, a Fulani, who had personally requested me to join his campaign team that he was then assembling in 2002. So he did not mind then. This close relationship annoyed so many people who were beginning to fear Buhari must be grooming me for something higher, but of which he was not. Some others also felt that Buhari had no business appointing me as SGF because I was from a small tribe and a Christian for that matter. The progression of this case was that the Senate submitted an interim report to the president urging him to sack me, but which the president dismissed on the advice of the Attorney General as lacking in substance and fair hearing. But the matter would not die because the then vice president, for reasons best known to him, decided to pursue the matter with the president incessantly pestering him until the president gave in and permitted him and two others to investigate the matter. It was this report that, without a shred of evidence, recommended my removal. This matter was eventually handed over to the EFCC for proper investigation and prosecution. I insisted on this because it was now clear to me that only the courts can clear me. So, we know the outcome of the trial, but he says during the trial, EFCC called 14 witnesses. Interestingly, all of them testified to my innocence as if they were my own witnesses. Not one of them implicated me either in the contract award process or its execution. In the end, I was discharged and acquitted along with the other accused on a no-case submission by our lawyers. The president allowed me read the vice president's report and the conclusion, which, to paraphrase, the report said the SGF did not commit any criminal offense, but a company he once owned executed a contract in an agency under him, thus abusing his oath of office. The contract was for consultancy services at a cost of 7.2 million naira, which was won by my former company, Roller Vision Engineering Limited, after a competitive bidding process of which I wasn't even aware. The main contract was won by Justmont Technologies Limited, a company whose owners I never met in my life until we met in court. I later found out that the contract had two phases with a total value of about 540 million naira. Both the main contract and the consultancy services were fully executed and payments effected only after the Auditor General's office and internal auditors had certified that the contracts were fully executed according to the specifications. So no money was lost by the government, no bribe was given, and no money was laundered. 7.2 million naira, that is it. In these days when billions of dollars get taken out of government coffers in a single deal, is it not a wonder that an SGF would lose his position and scandalize over a pet's 7.2 million naira and someone is celebrating it? Lawal went on to defend his criticism of Atiku, saying, "No, it is my right to interrogate the character and competence of someone who seeks to be my president. He is free to step down his ambition if he does not want to be so queried. Indeed, I would urge ADC to replace this man with a more qualified candidate if they want to have any hope of winning the presidential election before INEC timetable runs out on them. I mean well for my country, but as I had written in a WhatsApp message to Atiku Abubakar himself on the 19th of December 2025, I will not lie low and allow his goons to lynch me, be it physically or on social media." So those are the stories, for review this morning. Other stories, we may just talk about them as we get on. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Hello, join us Fridays 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horn,
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let me introduce panelists in the house. We have Opaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ Zone F, South South. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. The Yoruba say Ekuoju.
Okay.
And that would mean that happy rain.
I don't know what is happy about.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst, is also here. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So now that you just mentioned the rain, are they showing this clip? They once saw the interview that Trump stormed off. I was watching it and I said, this is our president. Wow. The guy just stormed off.
See him.
That's the interview now. That's it. That's why I paid attention to it. He cut off. He said, I can't take... He say you cannot make America great with a crooked press. CNN is corrupt. ABC is corrupt. NBC is corrupt. They are all corrupt. Why are they all corrupt? Mr. President, the claims you are making, there are no evidences to substantiate them. You all are crooked. You cannot see. It's all in your faces, but you cannot see. I'm like, at least state one evidence in the claims that you're making. Oh, I was rigged out. America's election in my term was like a third world country election. Rigging. The journalist said, Mr. President, there are no facts to... You don't even have any case in court with evidence. All of you are corrupt. All of you have... He wrote the back. The president interestingly started pleading with him that she had traveled a long distance for that interview. Trump said, yeah, I sat in the rain over an hour, going back and forth with you. What a presidency, my goodness. Oh, speaking of that, so I was going to mention it, but let me just mention it. So oil prices are surging. We have not shot up to the $100 mark yet. I think we closed on Friday somewhere around $80-something, which is still on the little high side. When you think of the fact that we're around $110, so then it started dropping. So after I mentioned last week that Trump had to quickly intervene before an escalation of hostilities between Iran, Israel, and Hezbollah, that's in Lebanon. And Israel decided to withdraw and stop attacking Lebanon. Well, the fighting started again. Israel attacked Lebanon. Israel said, well, Hezbollah, whatever they call themselves, shot rockets into Israel, and Israel responded by attacking southern Lebanon. They even warned citizens to evacuate because they were going to come with fury, and they did. Iran says, if you attack Lebanon, we will respond. So the moment Israel attacked Lebanon late yesterday, Iran started dropping missiles in Israel. I heard that Trump has asked Netanyahu not to intervene, not to respond, not to retaliate. I think that's the word. Trump has asked him not to retaliate, that no lives were lost, even though a barrage of missiles hit Israel. Well, while we heard that on one hand, we also heard that Israel has dropped bombs now in Iran. Israel has gone ahead to attack certain sites, military targets, and oil assets in Iran, which, of course, why am I talking about all of this? It's because as they are doing this thing, oil price has gradually started going up. Wiki. We only just dropped at the pumps from 1,000 350, 360 to 1,320. In some stations, they're still around 1,350. Prices are about to go back up. Maybe Trump would, when he wakes up in the early hours in America, when he wakes up, Trump will probably just look at it and say, okay, what do we do about containing this crisis at this point? So just so you know, why am I saying this? Crude oil prices globally, they're not going up again. So this morning, they are just around $98. I think $98 or so, if my numbers are not wrong. Somewhere around $98. That's where they are trading at the moment. It goes above $100. Dangote will announce we have added money again to petrol. That's our situation. Why? They are fighting in Iran, Israel, Lebanon, and Iran. They are fighting. This is not even what I want us to talk about. I want us to talk about some local problems. It's raining. Now, 7 a.m. news, Azubike Wale, who is the president of the Akpo Youth Assembly, was talking about the condition of Ogbogoro Road. I went there in December. You see, before I went in December, I think I went there 2 years ago. 2 years ago when I went, no easy drive. Got where I needed to be and got out. Easy. So I had that mindset when I went for the wedding in December. Almost I entered the road, I kept asking myself, I miss road. At the same place I did. I was calling for the, I was using map. So everything adds up. This is the right place. Then my friend in the car told me, you don't know, now Ring Road project. I'm like, oh my God. This is what happened. So I just imagine now with the rains coming in its intensity, NTA Road, that failed part that was patched has now failed again. So while we are managing that road, the other part, the commissioner for works was speaking on a sister radio station, and he said the road has not been abandoned, which it makes sense to me. It's concrete that they did. That concrete has to, but there's a name for it. It has to cure. I think that's the name he called it. It has to cure. It needs 2 weeks to cure. So it's not, the duration is not done yet. So it's after it's cured that they can now do the icing on it. That's the asphalt laying on it, and then open the road for us to use. So this whole week, that other bad section, that section that they are fixing, won't even be ready, right? Meanwhile, the section that failed before that they patched, that we even said was still going to fail, is now failed again. That's the situation. For the same funny reason, Rivers State government decided that this is the same period that they want to do topping of asphalt on Obirikwere Bridge. So while we suffered last week, we started suffering from I think Tuesday or Wednesday. When you want to use Obirikwere, they will block it. They say nobody can use Obirikwere because they are doing surfacing. You go from there, you go to the right, everywhere blocked. Wednesday was terrible. Thursday, I managed to escape, but they diverted everybody one way. I managed narrowly to escape. By driving all the way to Eliozu, I got to Rumokoro, turned into Rumokoro. When I entered Rumokoro, they were fixing the bad spot around the FGC and Federal Government College and Boricamp back gates. Those bad spots, they were fixing those spots. I'm like, the same day, like really the same day, they were fixing that spot. We stayed there for about 45 minutes, and then I said, no, I can't do this. Because clearly it was going all the way to, I think, Rumokuta. It was going all the way to Rumokuta. So I did a U-turn. I turned, had to go through Eliozu. Oh, God. Eliozu, Air Force, Aba Road, that's how I got to my house. So I did a longer journey to get to my house, which was fine for me and my small motor. On Friday, came the hell broke loose. They say it's Uniport's convocation. I doubt it. Rumosi was blocked because of the volume of cars using the road at the large roundabout, small driveway. Rumosi blocked. Continue all the way to East-West Road. East-West Road blocked. I beg. What do we do? Do we say have a government that thinks of the people and they are planning for the people? lost election, did not win election, contest election, no contest election. What do we do? They will say the roads these are temporary inconvenience. They are expensive decisions made by people that ought to think about these roads are important roads and people will suffer if we don't do something. Mr. Ekine, Mr. Abakadakubo.
You can see how difficult the situation is.
It is.
Can't confuse.
Kelly, talk about Friday and all that you have narrated about the situation around East-West Road and all that. I'd say you can say, well, that's temporary. But that one at Ogbogoro, Ozoba Road, that one is not even like you say, okay, they're just asphalting. That's a day's job. That one is going to be, has lasted for, I don't know how long now. And it's only getting worse. I do not know why up till now we have not heard government decision or whatever about it regarding the water flow. It's just a problem of water flow actually. Because when they came back to site, they were able to, I think they graded the road and all that and made it quite passable. It was easier.
That's the Bogoro.
Yes. Until this issue of their whatever, water was getting into certain place, they didn't want that water to pass and the community people, whatever, blocked the waterways and then the water now turned to, I think, Romokwashi now. You go there, it has sacked many homes. The volume of water on the road. This keke bus, sometimes it gets filled to maybe you are inside the keke bus and that water is all over. Covering your legs. And that is where, when they even, in fact, at some point they were not even able to pass at all. They will bring them to a certain point, you will go there, everybody will alight from there, and then walk through the water to cross a long distance before you can get back to. It's, and why it has lasted this long without, if there's anything they're doing behind the scene, I'm not sure that we know. So let me not go and say why they are not studying or why they are not doing anything.
Has there ever been a time that they are doing anything behind the scene? Has there ever been a time that they did something behind the scene and we didn't see it?
Why it seems like somebody is just looking the other way and doesn't mind what these people are going through? I don't know. It beats me. I don't understand it. Something needs to be done between the company. Government gave that job. And if there is an issue, if the people are agitating for something, I thought that government would get into it and see exactly what they are complaining about and resolve the matter so that this thing, because if they open that channel, whatever the place that was blocked, water will gently find its way. And then the road will still be manageable while work continues. But for this road to be like this, to be like it doesn't matter whatever the people are going through, it does not matter. Nobody. It seems like nobody cares. Honestly, it's not what I expect at this moment. It beats me. Now, people who ordinarily, when I started passing that road from Zoba to Ogbogoro, it used to be 15 naira, and then
of course everything will go up now.
And then fuel subsidy is gone, came, and the thing went to
actually not be up to 1,000 naira,
and then 100 naira, and then from there we'll go to 200. Now here it's about 400. Maybe that 400 is just to bring you to the water, and then maybe you know how to cross it. It's
and there are no boats.
There are no boats. The lives of people that have been, and there are even schools on the road. I think at Romokwachi there is a school. I'm sure that school would have been abandoned by now. I don't see how children will go to that school. From where?
The business of government, can never understand it.
So something needs to be done. No, honestly, something drastic needs to be needs to do it urgently, because this is government work ongoing there. It's not as if any other thing happened. It is government trying to. But these people must not die because you are doing road for them.
I think
if all of them have to lose their livelihood and everything, sources of livelihood and everything. Why? What would be the use for the road?
It'd be like saying in our own case, we need to die first, though. Anytime government wants to do a project, we have to die. We have to spend more money. We have to suffer. We have to endure. We have to do everything. There's no plan to make it a little easier for us as a people. It doesn't seem so. But please, pardon me. We have to go for a break. Maureen makes a return from Non's Luxury Homes. Hi, Maureen. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good to see you.
Thank you so much.
They sent you on a break?
Yes, something like that.
You look like you took a break. Welcome, Maureen. Maureen joins us from Non's Luxury Homes this morning. So tell us what you do at Non's. Now that you've returned, did you bring special goodies for those listening?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yes, so my country people, una good morning for inside this morning. My name na Maureen from Non's Luxury Home Limited. Yes, we say big thank you to everybody when be our customer for Non's Luxury Home Limited. Yes, so we don't carry one better gist. Come meet you, when go sweet you this morning. Come your doorstep. They introduce Non's Garden Estate when they 5-minute drive from Airport Roundabout to Omagwa by AP Junction, Agwawure community. Or if you they come from University of Port Harcourt, Alo, na just 3 minutes drive. This land na correct dry land and it get better good road network. Street lights don't they there. And a well design estate and the promo price na 1.8 million naira. Yes, as they hear 1.8 million, it be like say the money plenty, but you know plenty at all compared to where the land there, because people were there around there, they said 2.5, they said 3 million, but we say make everybody be landlord and landlady for the area. So sharply collect this our number. Come, may we carry you, go show you where this our fantastic land day. Our phone number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285, and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Yes, so my country people, we still get another land again when be Non's Blossom Estate. Non Blossom Estate still there for Omagwa. Omo, as they hear the name Blossom, now so the land they blossom because the land na correct land. And all this name when I mentioned na promo price of just 1 week promo. Now just 1.5 million naira for Non's Blossom Estate. And this estate when they talk about now just 5 minutes drive from Airport Roundabout and 3 minutes drive from Alo Aziz. So this one where you dey hear and now well designed land now it be, and na 50 by 100 feet now this land be. So call us on our number, may we carry you go show you where the land dey before you go here say they don't sell land out, because many people now see they come in, they talk about Non's Imogu land for Agwawure. That one now don't finish for Non's Flourish. Now this one and a limited plots now we get. So call me, may we carry you go show you where this our fantastic land dey. Our phone number again now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285, and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. And our site inspection na Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As they come, we they carry go show you where the land dey. We know they tell you may you could bring anything at all come. Now we they use our vehicle carry you go show you where the land dey, still bring you back. Nonce Blossom Estates when they for Omagwa now just outright payment of 1.5 million naira. While instrumental payments now 1.8 million naira. This land when they talk about no bush entry, no community wahala, no matching grant, no agent fee. Just come with that your 1.5 million naira. The land go be your own. Then another one again, we get Nonce Garden Estate for outright payment of 1.8 million naira. While instrumental payments now 2 million naira. And we they provide free deed of conveyance, instant allocation with 50 block when you go to start anything when you want do for the land. In 3 days your documents don't come out. Why not use this opportunity, pull out this money when they your account, come buy this land when we buy and build. Land when we say if you buy and today you go parking immediately, because we don't already clear the place. We don't design them in a way when we say if you see them you go like them, you go buy and you go begin the build. Because remember say you when we say you they pay rent from January to December. Why not use this opportunity, come buy this land? Even your rent when you they pay now 1.5 million naira, and then they sell land of 1.5 million naira. Why not use this opportunity, buy this land when we say if you buy it today you go they start so they build immediately, you go park enter anyhow. When you do them now your land, you go they self they even they do them. Nobody go come worry you say they don't increase rent. Use this opportunity, come buy this land. So our phone number again now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. And the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. And remember say our office there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali.
So those paying in installments,
yes,
how long do they have to complete their payment?
Okay, like people when we say, they say all fingers are not equal. You know, say you know go fit chest everything. They bring her out once. They buy this land. Our instrumental payment now 1.8 million naira for the one of 1.5 million. Then we'll go help you spread them for 3 months. Then the one of 1.8 million naira, wait till you go pay now 2 million naira because the instrumental payment, and we'll still help you spread them for 3 months.
Okay. Documents that you give when people complete their payment.
Yes, so the document when they give now free deed of conveyance. That one na document when we say you show say yes you buy land from Nonce Garden, Nonce Luxury Home Limited. You go sign, we go still sign. Our barrister too go still sign for the document. I will still give you 50 block in 3 days that your documents don't come out because we sure for you.
All right, address again, phone numbers.
Okay, yes, so our address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. And our phone number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. And the second line now 0913 238 2724. And remember say our office still there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. And this land when I they mention now just 5 minutes drive from Airport Roundabout to AP Junction, Agwawure community. Or if they come from University of Port Harcourt, now just 3 minutes drive. Why not hurry? Come buy this land when we say then they on promo now. Now promo land now be all these ones when they mention 1.5 and 1.8 because people went that around there they sell them better money. When we say if you even see and say if you go shock, you know you go not say Nonce Luxury Home Limited na favor than they do you.
Okay, before we go finally, why should people buy from Nonce?
Yes, so now Nonce Luxury Home Limited na problem na estate when we say then sure for you. And the land when you buy for our hand no go enter water because we be family real estate. We take you like ourselves. So assurance cover you well. No they worry, no we value you well.
All right, let's go over the location of the properties again for those that may have missed it.
Okay, yes. So our land they for AP Junction, Agwawure community by Omagwa. Now in this land day, North Garden Estate they for Omagwa, North Flourish Estate, North Blossom Estate they for Omagwa. Now just outright payment of 1.5 million naira and the one of 1.8 million naira. So make I call our phone number, make una call us, come see where this land day. Our phone number again now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285 and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724 and our office address therefore number 120 Airport Road, Igritali.
Thank you so much, Maureen from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so before we go for the news, a missing items announcement for you this morning. On Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, a man stepped out of a keke bus at Rumosi flyover at the LG showroom, left behind a Samsung Galaxy tablet T85 in a white and red handtag bag containing vital information in the bus. Please, if found, please pass on to a nearest police station, or you can call this number 0803 431 5399. Again, 0803 431 5399. Well, we heard that a handsome reward awaits anyone that returns the item to the owner. News update next. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 Hardcore. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjma. The Southwest Zone of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has called on the federal government to declare a state of emergency on security in response to increasing cases of kidnapping and violent crime. In a statement issued on Sunday, the regional chairman, Bishop Dr. Barnabas Tunde, described the worsening security situation as a major threat to national peace and economic development. He noted that states including Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos have witnessed a growing number of abductions and attacks, creating fear and uncertainty among residents. CAN condemned the activities of kidnappers, bandits, and other criminal groups while expressing sympathy for victims and families affected by the violence. The association urged governments at all levels to move beyond verbal assurances by adopting modern security technology, improve intelligence gathering, and strengthen security technology, improve intelligence gathering, and strengthen coordination among security agencies. Edo State Police Command has arrested Ezibom Emmanuel, widely known on social media as a woman, over a viral publication alleging that students of Green Park Academy, Benin City, had been kidnapped. Police authorities say the claim was false and had already been debunked by the command last Wednesday. The viral report, however, generated widespread concern among residents and members of the public. In a statement issued on Sunday, the command spokesperson, SP Eno Ekiodem, described the deliberate spread of false information, particularly on issues relating to security and public safety, as a serious offense with significant consequences. He warned that security of Edo State should never be compromised for online engagement, social media relevance, or personal gratification, adding that the suspect will be charged to court upon the completion of investigation. Katsina State government has expressed optimism that retired Major General Rabe Abubakar, his wife, and other kidnapped victims will soon regain their freedom. Commissioner for Information and Culture, Bala Zango, disclosed this in a statement, noting that Governor Diko Rada immediately directed security agencies to prioritize the rescue of the victims after their abduction. According to the government, preliminary investigation suggests the kidnapping was a carefully planned and targeted operation carried out by organized criminal elements. Officials say intelligence gathered so far is helping security agencies fine-tune ongoing rescue efforts and track those responsible. On the foreign scene, international rescuers have indefinitely suspended the search for 2 gold miners believed trapped in a cave in Laos, nearly 3 weeks after they were reported missing, with 5 others who were rescued, officials say. International dive teams that converge on the country's province where the incident happened, where a monsoon flood waters trapped the miners last month, were heading back home on Sunday. The cave system, according to the coordinator, has become too unstable to safely carry on with the search. The rescue coordinator said the hope of finding the 2 remaining miners is now very low. Members of a rescue team worked to save 7 people trapped in a cave at a location given in Laos in this handout image released on May 25, 2026. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see o, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222.
Below your true potential, struggling when you were created to reign. It's time to rise. Old Time Faith Ministries present 7 Nights of Possibilities June edition. Theme: Born to Rule. From Monday 8th to Sunday 14th June 2026. Time 5 p.m. each night. 7 powerful nights of dominion, of stepping into who God has called you to be. This is your season to take your place. Venue: Old Time Faith Ministries headquarters, number 9 Northern Street by Chief Obuga off Eastern Bypass, Ogunabali, Port Harcourt River State. Ministering Pastor Dr. and Pastor Dr. Walter Ozak. Come, discover, and go and reign. 7 nights of possibilities. You were born to rule. Jesus is Lord.
There comes a moment when God breathes fresh strength into his people. A moment when faith rises, purpose is renewed, and lives are transformed. That moment is here. Join us for Refuel Conference 2026 at the King's Assembly as we gather under the theme Unstoppable. Experience 5 powerful days of worship, revelation, impartation, and life-changing encounters with God. Ministering are Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor Yemisi Ugo, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, Bishop David Abioye, Pastor Tola Ojutola, Reverend George Izuma, and music by New Song and Minister Moses Bliss. Date: June 17th to 21st, 2026. Venue: The King's Assembly, 58 Tombia Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. It's more than a conference, it's a divine appointment, a time to be refreshed, a time to be empowered, a time to become unstoppable. Refuel Conference 2026. For more information...
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's stay in the market for a bit. This time we'll be speaking with Dr. Love Oladele. She's a global wealth consultant, popularly called the Honorable Minister of Wealth. She's still in Port Harcourt and the Port Harcourt AI Wealth Summit X.
Good morning. How do you do, my brother?
Very well. You're still enjoying your stay in a peaceful state, yes?
Yes, I'm still eating my body.
And enjoying the rains.
And the rain, this of rain, I will not tell you that it's coming.
All right, so let's come back to the summit. The Port Harcourt AI Wealth Summit Extra. What exactly is it?
Okay, thank you. I've been in Port Harcourt for like 4 days. We had a massive event on Saturday where we had about 400 people in attendance. And we are happy for what we are able to do, what we are able to show them about AI, the possibility about AI. But in any city I go to, I want to do the extra. So we are doing an extra next tomorrow, and that will be our Federal Secretariat. It's called AI World Summit Extra, because we are going to be adding extra resources.
Okay.
And we're having some other things, some other secret codes tomorrow.
Okay. What are some of the other things that will be happening in this extra?
Okay, so basically the first thing is we're still going to be showing people how AI is helping us in the foreign exchange market.
Okay.
We're going to show people how AI can help them market their business. And because I'm being called the queen of online business, and I've taken my time out to highlight the things that help me make money online, because I make money from the comfort of my home for many years. So I was giving an analogy of how I had to go rent an office just to show that now me too they make money online, and I had to rent a duplex, was paying millions, and nobody taught me after 1 year that I'm not that I have to face my life, that I can make money from the comfort of the home. I can make money in millions, I can build houses, I can do even from the comfort of my home. So these are all the things extras will be showing people. How is it possible to actually be able to accept that this generation that we are in, from the comfort of your home, you can do a lot, you can build houses, you can do a lot because you're doing the right business online. And I'll be showing people some of the right businesses they can do online as well.
So what qualifies one to attend the Port Harcourt AI Wealth Summit Extra?
Okay, so basically we gave them the wealth blueprint on Saturday for those who can afford it. But right now, one of the wealth blueprints is called the Millionaire's Blueprint. So the Millionaire's Blueprint is just 10,000 naira. For you to be able to attend this workshop, you have to get that book at the venue.
Okay.
The Millionaire's Blueprint is a workshop manual that we are going to use at the event tomorrow.
Okay. So you need to have at least 10K because you need to buy that material.
You need to buy the book to access the audience.
So if you don't come planning to buy the book, you can't be part of it.
So that's why we are saying it on radio.
Okay.
Very well, loud. You can't be part of the event without your 10,000 to get the workshop for the material.
Okay. Since the AI Summit is more for wealth building, who should attend this summit?
So basically, it's for those who want to. When you talk about wealth, we talk about wealth creation, we talk about wealth management, we talk about wealth preservation. Those who are at that level of wealth management, you're already making money, you want to make more, you want to learn the strategies to build wealth. Those are the people that you should come for. So this is like a mastermind session for Love Oladele, or with Love Oladele.
So let's go over the details again. The venue, the time, and the ways they can indicate interest to be part of it.
Okay, so the venue is at the Boardroom Federal Secretariat, and this event, we said, is for public servants, civil servants, business owners, consultants, retirees. You're already making income, but you want to make more business owners as well. And Federal Secretariat Boardroom is where we are doing it. For you to be part of the event, you send VIP, very important personality. You send VIP on WhatsApp, please. On WhatsApp to 08034544616. I'm taking that again. Send VIP What station is Today FM? Yes. So send VIP today on WhatsApp to 080-3454-4616.
How about the Wealth Builders Club as well as the Wealth Builders Blueprint? I know these are both initiatives of yours. We care to highlight some of the key importance of these initiatives.
Okay, so Wealth Builders Blueprint is a place where I actually teach people everything about wealth. This summit is actually 250,000 naira. We do it twice a year, January and July. I do that summit.
Okay.
So we teach people how to be very intentional about building wealth, because you can be born poor, but you don't have any excuse to die poor. And one of the things I teach people even is how to invest in yourself. So I tell people that when you work on your business, just like Javon told us, when you work on your business or you work on your job, you will make a living. But when you work on yourself, you will make a fortune. So this is an opportunity to learn how to make a fortune with the new tools, because these tools are not even our enemy. Some people say, hey, I take over my job, you take over my business. No, it's the people that know how to use this tool that will take over the job, that will take over the business. And I remember one of the days I told my people in my World Builders Club that we're going on a challenge for $1 million. So we formed $1 million club for World Builders Club. $1 million club. And this set of people were like, no. How much do we have that we $1 million? When I broke it down, when I taught them the things they needed to know. So those are these things that we do in the World Builders Club. And I'm going to give some snippets tomorrow as well for those who will be attending.
Okay. The details again for the event tomorrow.
So we are saying that the event is at the Federal Secretariat. There's a boardroom in the Federal Secretariat, which is opposite the Presidential Hotel. And the time is 11 a.m. And we said access is free, but for you to access it, you will need to get the workshop bundle, because we are even going to use it in the hall. And that's for 10,000 naira. And you need to send VIP on WhatsApp to 080-3454-4616. 080-3454-4616. So this is like you having a mastermind session with Dr. Love Olatile, Honorable Minister of Work Asset.
So let's recap for those who may just be joining us at this time. The Port Harcourt AI Wealth Extra Summit. I know on Saturday was the summit, and that was free. That was free. I think that was on Saturday. There's another one today which we're not getting into, but
it's tomorrow.
This one is for tomorrow.
Oh yes, this one is for tomorrow.
So key highlights of this one.
So tomorrow we are saying that you're coming to learn how AI would actually help us build wealth in the foreign exchange market. I will also be sharing with you actually some of the things that we can use the AI to do. And again, online business generally, using the phone, what can you do that can really be making massive money online? And I'll be sharing some of my experiences from my wealth of experience with people, so this is actually like a workshop.
Okay.
And serious-minded people, that's why we are limiting it. People who are going to take action after the event, because I like testimony.
Okay.
Over the years, all the people that organize this event are people that have worked with me over the years that we've never met. Some of them even get testimony at the event that they've never seen me. So now I'm in Port Harcourt, and anywhere I go, I like to leave a mark. So this tomorrow is Tuesday, the night, and we're doing it at the Federal Secretariat, the boardroom, by 11 a.m. And we are going to, you are going to book because you're going to have to get the workshop bundle, which is 10,000 naira. You get that the venue, the book, Millionaires Blueprint. For you to attend, send VIP today, because today is the radio station you're listening to it, Today FM. So just send VIP today, send it to 080-3454-4616 and send that on WhatsApp. This WhatsApp only 080-3454-4616. 995.1fm. If you want to check me out, you may go to my Facebook, which is Dr. Love Oladile, Dr. Love Oladile, on all my social media, except my YouTube channel, which is Dr. Love Oladile TV, and that is Dr. Love Oladile TV, and my children channel is Today's Leaders TV. I believe that the children are today's leaders, they are not tomorrow's leaders. So my children's TV, I teach 7 to 17, Today's Leaders TV. I'm leaving you on this note where my boy, who is 5 years old, I bought them chicken and potato. I buy it every Thursday when I go out for a meeting around a place in Abuja. I buy it almost every Thursday. And this boy said to me, Mommy, I hope it's not my invested money you are using to buy this chicken and potato. A 5 years old, and everybody posted out laughing because I've taught them. I teach children financial literacy on my channel, and I've taught them that they have to save, they have to invest, they have to give. So this 5 years old was comforting his mommy and saying, I hope it's not my investment money you're using to buy chicken and potato for me. So that's it. That's because that message has been sent.
All right.
So tomorrow, let's meet at the Federal Secretariat. Let's do more. Let's do more for ourselves. Wealth is intentional. You've got to be very deliberate about it. And I like it when we say people are winning, lives are changing when they come in contact with Dr. Love Oladile.
Thank you so much, Dr. Love, this morning for speaking with us. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
All right.
Bye-bye.
So that's Dr. Love Oladile, a global wealth consultant, popularly called the Honorable Minister of Wealth, speaking to us this morning. We return to our regular conversation. Stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Does Umai talk with his clear eyes? Because I'm always confused whenever he speaks. I know you didn't capture this. Can Governor Fobara do something on the ring road? I passed through Bogoro, Rumokwachi, Ozuoba to Majesty State NTA Road. It was hell. Huh. Mr. Dennis. It's in the news, so yeah. On the 110 billion naira cars and allowances, I asked if our leaders do have an iota of conscience. So many poor Nigerians are today battling for one meal or a day, while these looters and clueless leaders want to share. Are we sure the amount has not already hit their various accounts? God help us. Emma Anayo. Well, my reading of this case is not the way some of you are seeing it, though. It seemed like an advice from the court to members of the National Assembly. 110 billion naira for National Assembly, illegal and fraudulent. Any court judgment without punishment is no judgment. It's unnecessary judgment. Nigeria is not encouraging me, Mr. Law. I think he gets it. There isn't a consequence here. They just told them next time, at least from the summary, next time, ensure that you don't do it like this. There's nothing to celebrate in that rule, you know. Same thing I read. Next time, don't do it like this. Friday, although this one long ago. What? I'd like to juxtapose the court's declaration as unlawful, the procurement by National Assembly to the tune of 110 billion naira, and allowances with Senate rejecting of the call to probe military spending. Now, the mere declaration as unlawful, 10 billion naira procurement without consequences for an unlawful act marks of an unserious judiciary. Also, the Senate reciprocating the mere slap on the wrist by rejecting the apt call to probe military spending marks of an unserious Senate. How do you expect serious results from two unserious institutions? AI may tell. Well, AI would hallucinate when it comes to Nigeria's matters. You get as it be. Good morning, Kelly. You see Oga Trump and Netanyahu, eh? Now God go reward them because it's no more funny with me, with fear for my business. As there is governance in the states, why not the governor do the honorable by throwing in the towel because the ring road is causing harm to vehicles? Mr. Oju, your contribution there. I think I've read. All right, this one. I wanted to drive through Ozuoba to Ogbogoro on Saturday. I cried. You can't even access the road anymore. I had to turn back and go through NTA and the new road at Ada George before I could access Ogbogoro. The suffering in the state is too much, plus death everywhere. Mr. P from NTA. All these things, describing them. Blessing, they reach anymore. Kelly, I can tell you for free that the hurry to constitute state police would achieve very little in curbing criminality because of manipulative, dictatorial, and gunboat approach at accessing power and position by the political class. With it, we're going to witness a higher dimension of dangerous intimidation. In an orderly society, state police is the right way to go. We had them in the regions before the Civil War. Kano, you sent that message. Thank you. Let me introduce Mr. Olalekon Ige, the public affairs analyst and a veteran journalist. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly. How are you doing?
Very well.
Okay.
I trust you're well, too.
I'm okay. I'm fine.
Your village people, have they come back?
We are together. We are trying to negotiate as to how we should be seeing each other.
Oh, they're still around.
Yes, they are still around.
You have not given them the right,
their demands are too much. So
they are too much.
We need to reconcile our accounts. Yes.
But we're speaking on the state of our roads. Now it's raining. If we managed to gallop our way through when we could see just how deep the hole was. Now, you don't know. Unless for people that have used the road so much, they've now mastered certain pathway that they can navigate. So when you go there for the first time, you have to follow those keke drivers as they put leg one side, you say, okay, let me see, maybe I'll survive. I beg. How do we talk to your people?
Which of my people?
How do we talk to you?
Okay, so even though I would say I'm a stakeholder in River State, since all of us are holding the stake. At least let me hold something. Okay. If I'm not a stakeholder, let me be a straw holder. Okay. At least I'm holding on to something. Okay. So that all of us will say we are saying in River State. Okay. But talking more seriously, I think it beckons on the Commissioner for Works. There's actually a Commissioner for Works in River State. Yeah. I think it needs to go round. There will not be any excuse that will be tenable. The Commissioner for Works need to go round. There are several roads that are begging for attention within the metropolis, of Port Harcourt. And for those contractors that have been giving contracts to fix roads, sometimes I think the contractors should also add sense to whatever they do. Because I feel that most of the contractors lack conscience. Or is it that when they are awarded the contract, they are not advised, on what to do? A lot of people were lamenting about is it the reckless traffic between Rumokoro and Obirikwere last week?
Hell.
And you wonder, okay, so you're given a contract, no problem. You have to fix the Obirikwere roundabout.
That's up,
yes, which is what carries the most traffic, right? Now, as a contractor, should you not in your good conscience sit down and say, okay, when do we have heavy traffic? Okay, during the day, right? Okay, during the week. At what time of the day? Now, whatever that contractor was doing could have been done at night. Obirikwere is wide open.
But you know that, sorry for that.
Okay.
You know that the mobilization for night work is quite different.
Well, see, that is exactly what the contractor should have imputed in bidding for the contract. Kelly. That is also exactly what the Ministry of Works should have imputed. When you give contract to somebody, there are certain things that should not be added to that contract. One, traffic control. What is your traffic control mechanism in the course of this work? Two, when do you want to work? And when will it be better to work on some certain aspects of the road? Because without these two components, we'll continue to suffer. Look at what is happening between NTA and the Obirikwere intersection. Good job by the contractor trying to fix one side, trying to put concrete and all of that. But what was the remedial plan for the bad spot on the right side that is now taking most of the traffic. I think sometime last week or barely 2 weeks ago or so, I was passing through that road. A fully loaded Mercedes-Benz truck, I think fully loaded with Gary, nearly fell on that road.
It took fell last week.
It took us.
Papa said his wife experienced one that fell on Saturday.
Yes. Exactly. It took us nearly 3 hours because the truck now had to move slowly so that it doesn't fall on the road, and that would have been disastrous. So what was the plan for the remedial work on the right side as you are trying to put concrete, which is good, no problem. We commend the work. But what was the remedial plan? Should that be the responsibility of the contractor? The answer is no. That should be the responsibility of the Ministry of Works, because you have engineers from the Ministry of Works that should be inspecting what the contractor is doing. So what's the essence of the contract if you can reduce the punishment that citizens will go through to the barest minimum? I saw the one being done at Federal Government College, Rumokoro, and the Baggate of Borika. For Christ's sake, that could have been done at night. The entire length of what they are fixing on that road is not up to 100 meters.
At least they finished that one. I used that road yesterday.
After punishing us for how many days?
They finished that one.
But they punished us. But the road, but what they were doing in front of...
Because you know that the same time they were doing that road, they blocked Obirikore.
Exactly.
NTA road access was still bad.
It was still bad.
So
you locked down the entire corridor. But what I'm saying is, no, Kelly, look, the one at FGC Rumokoro, the work being done was not even up to 100 meters, meaning that you can do that between 12 and 2 a.m., 12 and 3 a.m. There's no crime. Put it in the contract and say, look, let's look at the possibility of reducing the punishment on the citizens or road users.
It will just be at an extra charge to the government.
Will the charge be up to even 10 million naira? What is the extra charge? Security. Borikam. The Baggate of Borikam is just beside you. Is it not just to visit the GOC of the 6th Div and say, sir, we want to carry out some remedial works behind you, but we think it will punish people. Can you please help us?
And where it was Borikam that even damaged the road.
So, can you please help us find security so that we can fix this road when there's absolutely no traffic? Because that before you arrive in the morning, the road is done and everybody's happy. Same thing could have happened at Obirikwere roundabout. What? How much will it cost you to write to Commissioner of Police, CP, dear CP, please? We want to reduce punishment on reverse people. Can you please give us extra security to fix Obirikwere roundabout? That can be done in less than 2-3 hours. That can be done. So he said, look, the responsibility for that falls on the River State Ministry of Works. When you are giving out contract, what are the components you are putting? Are you putting traffic control? Are you putting plans for remedial work so that in case you are going to divert traffic, what remedial plans do you have so that we don't punish people unnecessarily because we are working?
God, it's hard to say anything.
It's even difficult to imagine that these things were not even captured. They may have been captured, and somehow, whatever it is, somebody is trying to take that one in. You know, as it works between the ministry and the contractor. These things go. The pressure you see on this NTA road is because of that Ogbogoro side. Because when the two flanks were open,
yes,
a lot of people used to, even you're going to mile 3, mile 1, you can choose from Uzoba to take through Ogbogoro. You are off. Now that one is completely down, everybody will now come back to the
20.
And this one is also bad. So what will happen?
I know the funny thing.
Just stop.
They allowed it to go bad. Because when they started showing signs of failing, early signs of failing, we started shouting. Nobody said
no, but Kelly, I think it was last week. I wanted to rush a friend to the airport.
You want to rush a friend to the airport?
No, Kelly, you know, one mind was telling me, help yourself, take SAS Road. I said, no, SAS Road, for me to take the length of SAS Road. That length of SAS Road will take me to Igruta already. Let me just take a straight road. Kelly, I had to look for a bike to carry the person to airport.
Why
were we stuck?
It's not a funny matter.
Why were we stuck? Simply because Julius Berger was trying to fix under the bridge, diverted traffic to want. Please, Kelly, I'm saying when the River State government is awarding contracts to road construction, why is it that they do not add traffic control to such contract?
Because are you sure they did not add?
Maybe it's one of the things we should be engaging with the Commissioner for Works.
If it's added,
are you sure they did not add?
If it's added,
yes,
right, and we're suffering like this, somebody should query them.
No, maybe Kelly, that's what we should find out.
What if they have authority to query them as a collaborator?
Okay.
Oh no, Kelly, no. What I'm saying is maybe that's one of the things I personally will engage, the Commissioner for Transport. Do you really add this? Because
Commissioner for Transport Works.
Commissioner for Works.
Yes, sir? Commissioner for Transport.
Commissioner for Works. Because the event or the traffic jam at Rupoku could have been easy if there had been traffic control. You divided traffic, meaning that you narrowed the road, right? So what is the traffic control measure you've added to the contract? And remember, when this happens, the commercial bus drivers, they're also a case on their own.
They make it worse.
And now, you know why commercial bus drivers don't even bother? Because they are in active collaboration with the police. There's this thing we say, see finish. These mini bus drivers and police, they've seen each other finish. Because they are not even...
We should use another word for them. See finish doesn't do it anymore.
Okay. And now, see finish is what helps you locate what we are saying. Because if there is no...
The way the police and those guys operate, it's like they become family members.
No. Okay.
Family members.
Maybe they are members of the same division.
When police sees them coming like this, you see how they'll be smiling and laughing. That guy doesn't stress himself. You just see him bring out his hand.
Yes.
They just bring out their hand. They clap hand. They both smile at each other and then they go.
No, that's I said active collaboration. No, I said the collaboration is active.
No, I'm saying
it's see finish.
See finish today for me doesn't even do it anymore. We need a new word for the relationship between police
because they are not even afraid of
these
police.
Commercial drivers.
They are not even afraid of police.
How can they be afraid of police when they are constantly exchanging papers with police?
Exactly. So you now understand one of the greatest challenges we have in the metropolis of Port Harcourt about traffic. The recklessness of commercial bus drivers and keke. Their recklessness, of course, that is supported heavily by the police that should have been doing the right work to ensure that they do not.
Because that's the very reason why when on Friday, people started driving one way on East-West Road here.
Which will not happen.
If I started with even some of the police.
No, Kelly, sorry to cut you short. Sorry, please. When we had Timarif, when we had Timarif.
When they were Timarif.
When Timarif was Timarif almost to the end. When Timarif was look, Kelly, when Timarif was Timarif, you won't dare it. A friend of mine that was arrested was taken to psychiatric hospital. It took enormous effort for us to tell the doctor that it's very normal. Go after they gave him a form to fill. They gave him a form to fill. He didn't know what he was filling. After he finished filling the form, the doctor said it's actually not normal. That he needs to be admitted in the hospital. It took, I don't know, is it the full village to convince the man to say no, it's actually normal. Look, maybe we need to bring back Timarif. I think it's him. Because the way and manner commercial bus drivers and keke drive against traffic.
Okay. Mr. Ndupe, you haven't said anything about this conversation. Before you do that, let me introduce Professor Emmanuel Wona. He's a professor of political economy and development consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Prof, good morning.
Thank you, Kelly. Nice to see you.
Mr. Ndupe.
Well, I simply think that just like some other things, I think it's this problem in Rivers that is creating this. Kelly, when the contract was awarded everything, I think it took off, at least seamlessly. We were, despite all these kind of hold-ups here and there, it was something that people were saying, okay, very soon this and that, the road will be fine for us to be using and all that. And after I think that thing government brought.
State of emergency.
Good. Kelly, it looks as if that particular, everything about that, the contract is there.
It actually stalled. State of emergency
That
stalled.
is the problem. That is the problem. And so now what is the governor saying about that? Because when we talk about this and that, a commissioner for works and all that, what is the governor saying about it? Because the governor is aware of the problem.
I thought he said November.
October.
He said November the ring road should be done.
Yeah.
It should be ready for inauguration.
Okay, by November.
Yes, that's what
and
he
this
said.
is
Inauguration?
June.
Yes.
Which inauguration?
This is June.
Ribbon cutting now.
No, the project was meant to...
It's 3 years now. The original plan is 3 years.
But of
It
course,
was
you
stalled
know-
by 6 months.
Of course, you know that the state of emergency happened.
That's the 6 months. It was stalled by 6 months.
Julius Berger sought for, what do they call it?
Variation.
Variation, almost to the exact amount of the contract
we know that
for
when-
which Iba said he will not try it.
No, but we know that when Governor Fubara was returned, he announced that Julius Berger had returned to site. So for him to make that announcement, they would have agreed.
On how to go forward.
Yes, sir, they would have agreed. And he said, yes, the project has been delayed, but we're looking at a November date for us to open
Which
and
of the
complete
November?
it. November this year now.
Basically,
Okay,
it's
it's
not
not
a matter of pronouncing
It's not
November.
impossible.
November this year. That's what
This
he
is
said.
June. November remains only 5 months.
No, but they're actually working, no.
No, they're actually working.
They're actually
They are
working.
working.
No,
If
they are
working.
working.
Now, if they are working, you see, it requires government intervention for that particular place that is blocked at Obogoro to be opened. It's not a community something now. It's not, whoever it is that will be talking, if not from government, they will not agree to open that. Not even Julius Berger. They can't force them.
No, but they
So
can make the road a little easier
Yes.
for motorists to find their way.
In the first place, have they been given the money they are requiring?
No, if it is that one, no, it's not about the road. Though. If it is that one, it's not about the road. It's about that blockage of whatever, that water channel.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, that's what is causing the Obogoro problem.
I told you that after they came back, the road was made passable.
Yes.
The road was made, and it was okay. Until they blocked that waterway, that water channel. And then, so it is water that are just taking over the place. It's not as if the road itself is so bad that people...
But Kelly, in doing that, was there no environmental impact assessment?
And that's why I say government should have stepped into that matter.
That's
What is holding the whole thing, and that's why I keep on saying the governor. Well, Kelly, they know what they are doing.
Prof, we're talking about the state of our roads.
Yeah.
It is raining. People in the Obogoro area, what they are going through, what we around here, we have suffered in the last 1 week. When I got into GRA on Friday, I said, Joy, let me enjoy you. I don't know if person don't suffer. 2 hours, 2 hours plus to get from the office to NTA Road.
Yeah.
2 hours. Even that 2 hours, I had to follow inside till I came out on NTA Road. I said, what?
Kelly, I think it has to do with decisions we make as leaders and as a people. I suffered the same thing on Friday when I was coming back from the village. It was a smooth ride until we got to Rumosi here. The place was totally blocked.
It became a rough one.
Honestly, so we
Rumosi was locked.
We managed to wriggle out of that. At a point we were trying to say...
About what time?
About 4, 5 in the evening.
Then I had escaped.
Exactly, 4, 5 in the evening. Just about the time we were about to sing Uhuru, we got to Mercyland. That was the mother of all hold up. The whole place is blocked.
That's NTA Road.
Yes, you know,
East-West Road.
East-West Road now.
Okay.
Heading to
Mercyland.
Rumokoro.
Mercyland.
Heading to Rumokoro.
Yeah.
And all was blocked now.
You know, so in the driver said, okay, I need to turn back. In fact, he started taking the other lane. They have to maneuver and took the other lane and was driving against traffic. Only for us at a point we met police people and say he has to turn back to pass through Roman Hollow.
Oh, that's good, though.
Kelly, we got to Roman Hollow. The worst even happened. We were there for more than 1 hour in Roman Hollow. And you see, that's why I said it has to. I mean, leadership has to take some responsibilities. The kind of decisions you make. Leadership should not only be at the level of federal, Tinubu, Fubara, or governors and ministers. At whatever level you find yourself, you are a leader. And decision you take at that point in time will affect the people, will affect you and also the people. I just remember that as at that day too, I don't know who were the people working on that NTA junction up to the flyover on top of the flyover to Brikure there. They were working and they had to block a section of the road, worsening the whole situation. And of course, that day was also Uniport convocation. Oh boy, it was terrible. So I don't know why would people decide? Of course, that, each time you have that convocation, especially on the Friday where you have undergraduates and the bastards, it's going to be heavy volume. Volume of traffic will be very high. The volume of traffic will be very high. And somebody also decide to these are Nigerians, they are not foreigners. They are used to the environment, how things operate and all that. They decided to work on that. I think it was also that evening, because I can see what they did was quite fresh. They were working and blocked a section of the road on the bridge.
No, that was started since on. They've been working for almost 2 weeks.
What I'm saying is that why not skip that day? That at least that there is a very serious occasion at Uniport. I would demand that a lot of people will come in towards that area for that day. Don't you consider the interest? I mean, before we do certain things, take decisions, we should consider public interest. Public interest. And again, is the fact that, Kevin, what stops us as a people, as a government, to also put linkage roads? There are where people can make a detour when there's that kind of heavy traffic jam. For instance, if you are coming from Uniport and unfortunately you meet the Rumosi thing, we used to have, those linkage road that will bring you
Rumosi to
exactly. Rumosi, you can even cut off the flyover thing and come out where they used to call Timber. Yes, that kind of road. But our driver wanted to take that road, but on a second sense, those roads are terribly bad.
That's it.
Terribly bad. The last time I went there, I told the driver, please don't bring me to this place anymore. Don't bring me here. If a pregnant woman was in that vehicle, there will be forced labor. Terribly bad. And this is a community. What is happening? Why can't we put those kind of routes in order so that if there'll be an escape route for us, if we have this kind of very deadly,
that's the road
traffic.
A pregnant woman was inside a keke, had to stop them and decided to trek through the water and all that, because if not, she will be forced into.
If you also consider that you are carrying out a project, you should also consider that, look, because of this project we are carrying out, of course, inconveniences, the people will suffer. So why not see a way to ameliorate or, reduce the level of inconveniences the people will suffer? Must we die because you are constructing road? Okay, look at that Obogoro thing we are talking about. Why would you intentionally, without any second thought about the convenience and the interest of the public, you are just blocked everywhere, and so people should suffer because you are constructing road? I think it has to do with our mentality here. In senior climes, people, before decisions are taken, they first of all consider the interest of the people. Yeah. How is this thing going to be conducive and convenient for the people? Are the people going to suffer? Is that because we don't have the interest of people like that? And let me also reiterate the fact that leadership is not just at the level of the president, the governor. At every given point in at every level, you are a leader. Take decisions that will be, proper.
Where? Where?
I don't understand.
This message is for who?
It's for everybody. Nigerians.
Let me give you a scenario on Friday.
Okay.
When I saw a Wrangler Jeep scale the median, I was so happy.
Why?
If you see how the car jumped the median, it was like a truck.
Yes.
I'm like, wow.
Was it intentional? There was an accident.
No,
I've seen it before.
he was going on the other. He had to drive against traffic.
Oh,
So he wanted to
okay,
drive
so,
against traffic.
okay,
So rather than
okay.
stay on the queue, I wasn't excited that he drove, but the way the machine jumped this east-west road median, climbed the first one, climbed the second, it was bouncing on it. I said, "Choice, machine."
He used the technology of
my colleague in the car said, "Do it now." I say, "I'm mad."
not with kind of your car, really. So you see, we need to sometimes. I've been saying this and I will continue to say it. There's a problem of value dissonance amongst people. People only criticize the government at the center, state government, local government chairman. But those people criticizing these tiers of government or public officers are even doing the worst in the little responsibilities given to them. And that we cannot move anywhere as a people.
Prof, your message is very valid, but we have to move on to.
Thank you very much.
So interestingly, Mr. Ige was here on Monday when we talked about what INEC said.
Yes.
We are obeying with the court judgment even as we have appealed it. Right? This was on Friday. INEC voids primaries held after May 30. And I'll go straight. It's the same person. The National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Mr. Kudu Aruna, made the disclosure in a chat with the same Punch newspaper. What did he say this time? Obviously, for now, any primary held outside INEC's May 30 deadline will be invalid unless the Court of Appeal overturns the Federal High Court judgment in INEC's appeal against the ruling that the timetable breached the Electoral Act 2026 in some of its provisions. In other words, for now, the political parties are better advised to be guided by the existing act.
And look, we stay on the appeal. Anything you do after 30th of May is not land void. The good news is that INEC is not the final arbiter. The final arbiter is the court. So if INEC is making noise now that look, we don't recognize anything done after May 30, the good news is INEC has even helped itself and helped anybody who did primaries after May 30th by going on appeal. If appeal court says we stand by the decision of the lower court, INEC has no choice but to accept that. And even INEC wants to go to the Supreme Court. If Supreme Court takes the concurrence of both the lower and the appellate court, the final arbiter is the court, and the court will tell INEC what to do or what not to do in the final term.
Yeah, Kelly, I'm just wondering. First of all, there is INEC timetable, which the court is part of it with the electoral guidelines. And so by the pronouncement of that court, which means that part of the timetable cannot stand the test of the time, cannot hold water. And again, my worry is if that is the ruling of the court, so why did INEC in the first place appeal that judgment?
Because clearly they're not in agreement with the judgment.
Okay.
They have a right
but
to appeal.
the same judgment they are now, it's not what they are now relying on to say any judgment. I need to be properly informed.
We had
judgment after 30th.
We had several after the initial statements.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
INEC, people were hoping that INEC would comply with that judgment.
Exactly.
By adjusting their timetable.
Good.
But INEC, rather than comply, took an appeal.
Fine.
And they also filed for a stay of execution.
Good.
Right?
Good.
Now, INEC will come out to say, we saw statements where INEC said, we are studying the judgment.
Good.
I also read we're yet to receive that judgment. When we receive that judgment, we'll act accordingly.
Fine.
Then we had a Federal High Court that still slammed them.
Good.
Giving them some grace though, but it still slammed them.
Good.
Right? INEC said, we are studying. We have appealed, but we will comply with the judgment. I'm like, this is double speaking.
Exactly.
If you comply. Why are you saying you have complied and you have appealed?
Still got appeal, yes, sir.
But they did not adjust the timetable. The timetable remained. Parties carefully, cautiously stayed within that timeline, planned all the activities within the timeline. INEC is now coming out to say, well, if you did not comply, you may have shot yourself. Unless this our appeal is struck out by the court. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So they seem to be maintaining a steady position that, hey, for the fact that we have appealed, we are carrying on with our activities. If the court says otherwise, then we'll reverse ourselves.
And that's where the problem is. And that's what the problem. For me, I think that is just outright maneuvering or manipulation of the electoral system. Because what that means is that you will put in the parties on a very unsteady balance to the extent that, what people expect the INEC to do is the fact that INEC should be able to have that confidence from the people in terms of ensuring that, decisions made or laws made are strictly complied with. I want to believe that INEC has a legal team that, studied the Electoral Act and electoral system and electoral process. And so it is quite surprising that rather than, complying strictly to the Electoral Acts, they have decided to also do something contrary to that.
Well,
okay?
They have appealed now.
No, that's something. As much as they have the right to appeal, what I'm saying is that, they are making the system look like, it's something that you can going forth and back, but those kind of things. So I think that it's important for us to, as a body, that need to have the confidence of the people. We are relying on INEC as a veritable instrument or institution that can enhance democratic process, the process of democratization. So why this, today you are saying one thing, the other day you are saying another thing, going back and forth in something that is very straightforward. Yes, you have the right to appeal. So by the time you now go to court for appeal, what that means is that you're also delaying the transition program. And that is also will be contrary to what the laws have said.
We'll come back to this.
Exactly.
Mr. Akine. Oh, Pakadokubo. I'm sorry. I think people will look alike somewhat. And it's not the first time it's happened. Even when both of you are in the studio together, I still call you Akine sometimes. Please, my apologies.
Unfortunately, you pay fine. It's not just a stakeholder, it's the stake itself. You understand, Kelly? Your sins are many.
The day you people will meet for that meeting.
Kelly, you bring 3 white goats.
The security man will not show up.
Kelly, I'm speaking on his behalf.
The day you people will meet for that meeting, security man will not show up.
Kelly,
the gates will not open.
Kelly, I'm speaking.
Let Opaka say something now.
I'm intentionally not wanting to listen.
No. Kelly, he is my VP national. And I will not allow you. In fact, this will not happen
is
before me.
in acceptance of the apology.
No.
The day you will decide to have that meeting, security man will not show up.
Kelly, let me help your career.
In fact, if that day, his wife will suddenly have this need to take him away. Will not hold him back. Then you, your wife, and your children will not drag you out of the state. The way the confusion will happen there, you just be calling yourself, I can't come, chair. VP, I can't come. Just like that, it will scatter.
Your help is near.
The magic.
Kelly.
God of Kelly.
Kelly, your help is near, but you want to postpone it.
God of Kelly.
Just come with 3 white goats. 3. I'm telling you now.
Papa, will you take?
It's all right.
Will you take the 3 white goats?
Bring it first. I'm his representative. You bring it to me.
When I leave the studio, I will review your license.
The God of Kelly will work for Kelly. But let's go for the news.
All right.
When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us. We're back shortly.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to tackling insecurity, securing the release of all persons held captive, and reducing the economic hardship facing Nigerians. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, George Akume, at the National Interdenominational Church Service marking the 2026 Democracy Day celebration in Abuja, Tinubu said the government remains focused on delivering sustainable democratic dividends and addressing the challenges of insecurity, kidnappings, displacement, and rising living costs. He assured citizens that security agencies are being equipped to protect lives and properties, stressing that Nigeria will not yield to terrorism, banditry, or criminal intimidation. The president also called for national unity and peaceful political engagement as activities ahead of the 2027 general election gather momentum. He urged Nigerians, particularly young people, to reject violence, misinformation, ethnic division, and religious intolerance, warning against being used for political thuggery. Former Labour Party Vice Presidential candidate Dati Baba Ahmed has said former Vice President Atiku Abubakar could have positioned himself to win the 2027 presidential election if he had supported Peter Obi in 2023. Speaking during a television program, Baba Ahmed argues that if Atiku had stepped aside in 2023 and backed the presidential ambition in 2027, he said Atiku missed an opportunity to build a broader political alliance by insisting on contesting the 2023 election. Baba Ahmed contrasted Atiku's approach with that of President Bola Tinubu, whom he described his political influence over the years by supporting figures such as Atiku in 2007 and late Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 before eventually pursuing his own presidential ambition. He also expressed doubts about the opposition coalition's tactics and could undermine its plans. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), Peter Obi, has cautioned Nigerians against associating criminal activities with entire ethnic groups, describing such narratives as divisive and harmful to national unity. In a post on his verified X account, Obi said many Nigerians, including himself, as an Igbo man, have experienced unfair stereotyping based on ethnicity rather than individual character, noting that many Fulani people are currently facing similar prejudice because of the actions of criminal elements who do not represent their communities. He maintained that crime has no ethnic identity, arguing that thieves, terrorists, and kidnappers are criminals who should be held accountable as individuals rather
below your true potential, struggling when you were created to reign. It's time to rise. All Time Faith Ministries present 7 Nights of Possibilities June edition. Theme: Born to Rule. From Monday 8th to Sunday 14th June 2026. Time 5 p.m. each night. 7 powerful nights of dominion, of stepping into who God has called you to be. This is your season to take your place. Venue: All Time Faith Ministries headquarters, number 9 Northern Street by Chief Obuga off Eastern Bypass, Ogunabali, Port Harcourt, River State. Ministering Pastor Dr. and Pastor Dr. Walter Ozak. Come, discover, and go and reign. 7 Nights of Possibilities. You were born to rule.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
The voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let me return to Senior Opaka Dokubo for his reaction. INEC latest statement.
Well, I think we just might have to leave it the way it is. I was the only question I wanted to, or the only clarification I wanted to make was if INEC truly had the stay of execution. They appealed, but were they also granted that stay of execution?
I don't have that confirmation.
That much we don't know. So, if they do not, then it will be clear that they are not obedient to the law. And if they are, well, my only worry is, I'm wondering, what is the interest of INEC in all of this? What's your own? What do you stand to lose? What do you stand to gain? Going on appeal, open this thing up. And in any case, the other elections or those other primaries they say conducted after May 30th, was INEC part of those primaries?
After May 30th?
Did they monitor them?
I don't know. Did any party conduct their primary after May 30th?
I think one or so.
After May 31st. I think it's May 31st.
I heard of one or two. I can't remember the particular party now, what I read about.
May 30th or not 31st?
It's not 31st, it's 30th.
No, May 30th,
It's 30th, yeah.
May 30th.
INEC deadline was May 30th.
Yeah. There was a particular party that did after. Had their own after. So, if anyone happened like that, and then the question is, did INEC monitor these funds? Well, INEC monitoring is also not a very compulsory thing.
No, it's not.
What it now means is that if the courts, the appellate court, and eventually, but at that time, how much time would we have eaten before you now return?
Okay.
So it's all, for me, it's a simple thing. I don't find a reason, cogent reason as to why INEC bothered to appeal that judgment. I've simply, after all, almost all the political parties at that time had already fixed their primary elections, and everything was just going smoothly. So what did INEC actually stand to lose?
Okay, that's the big part. I don't want to jump into it. Let me take Mr. Nduko's view on it.
Kelly, for me, I love specificity in this life. You see, I don't like staying in the middle, sitting on the fence. Nobody knows exactly where I belong or where I'm part of. I don't want that. So as INEC has appealed, automatically it means that once you tell me something and I'm seeing them coming out from your mouth in both ways, I will not answer anything and I will not comply. I will wait till when you tell me it will come in between your mouth the way it should come. When you are saying you obey the order and then you've also appealed, I don't understand what it means. At that time we read it, I didn't understand where they were standing. And I made it plain that it was a double speak for me. Now, if they had that meeting where they all met and decided, let us continue, and if anybody, rightly or wrongly as they have conducted their affair, the issue now is that there is an order, which they have also appealed. Who knows whether the higher court now will say, INEC is right, let us see where B will turn to A or A will turn to B. But all I know that in the end, they have taken a position that shows that maybe they believe in what they did and they are right. Let us also see, that there could be a twist. After all, their head now is an SANO. He could also bring his own knowledge of the law to bear. But let us see whether the knowledge he has plus his legal department will swerve the whole thing that A will turn to C. Let us watch and see.
So I asked this question, I think 2 weeks ago. I can't remember if it was a Monday, and the conversation dragged on. I want to attempt to ask that question again.
It will drag again.
No, it won't. Now, I think now we have a little clarity. The clarity is that the INEC window for party primaries to be done has closed. That window has closed. INEC insists that what they did is right. That's why they've taken an appeal. If this appeal goes against INEC, what is likely to happen?
If the
Mr. Ige, what is likely to happen?
If the appeal goes against INEC, remember, INEC still has the right to head to the Supreme Court. So let's
when they've exhausted everything.
Thank you. Let's take it totality.
What's likely to happen?
Let's take it totality. So let's say appeal court and Supreme Court all concur with the
first court.
Initial court, court of first instance. What it means is that INEC will obey the final court order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay.
It means that some political parties may now have opportunities to conduct fresh primaries in areas that have been contentious. That's what it means. Because he said that not later than 120 days.
Contentious.
Yes. A lot of parties have
not complete fresh primaries.
No, a party or any party whatsoever can decide to do fresh primaries in areas that have been contentious. I'm sure you know that up till now, there is no political party that has released the list of its candidates from their primaries.
But they would have given it to, okay, at least they would have complied to
no,
the
they
initial...
complied to the first part
Yes.
of conducting primary. There's still time for them to submit name to INEC.
Mm-hmm.
There's still time to substitute. You can even have a placeholder. Put in a placeholder while you try to resolve all of what is going on. Then the placeholder resigns because it's permitted in the Electoral Act. A placeholder can resign. Then the party is now at liberty to conduct fresh primary to replace that name. So you can have a placeholder. All of this will only help political parties to now strengthen their candidates for each of the positions they are submitting to INEC.
Okay. Professor Wayne.
Yeah, Kelly, what just came into my mind, I don't know, maybe it's a question. If the judgment of the lower court, the first court of first instance, yes, is anything to go by, I'm just wondering, so why did INEC decide to come up with the timetable against the specifications in the Electoral Act?
Well, at this point,
yeah, I'm just wondering.
If I may attempt to answer, at this point, for the fact that INEC has taken an appeal, they believe that they have done the right thing.
No. Before the appeal, you don't understand. Before the appeal came, okay, the first instance, that's why I said, if the judgment of the court of first instance, anything to go by, assuming they exhausted all the judicial processes, and then they came up with that pronouncement, that ruling. So why did INEC, giving his legal team and giving the fact that the chairman of INEC, I leave that question hanging like that. Maybe somebody will answer it. But the thing is that, of course, if INEC loses the appeal,
all the
appeals, yes, what that means is that it's a nullity. The timetable from INEC is a nullity. And then it also means that it's giving other parties who have not done anything the opportunity. First of all, INEC will now reschedule, either by way of extending the time for other parties. And that's why I'm still asking, why didn't they comply? Maybe they wanted to edge out some other political parties or something like that.
I think my answer may be correct after all.
Okay.
INEC believes that they did the right thing. They're in compliance with the Electoral Act. The judge and those that took them to court,
they have
found
two different
laws. You guys are in variance with the Electoral Act. They say no. We followed the actual timetable after the National Assembly passed the amended 2026 Electoral Act. We're in sync with it. We believe, we're convinced we're still in sync with it. So,
Kelly, are we talking about two different laws? The law for INEC and the law for the court?
It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. You can have, even happened in River State where one court gave one ruling, right? One court gave one ruling. The parties appealed it. At the higher court said, no, we're not in agreement with the first court. They took it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, no. The second court was wrong. The first court was right. It's the same law now.
Yeah,
it's really the same law.
Yeah, but the same law. But you see, that's why I said earlier, if we are going to rely on the judgment by the court of first instance, then I don't see any reason why INEC should come up with a timetable that is out of sync.
But being that
with the electoral laws,
being that the court
why
of
did they do that?
Being that the court of first instance is not the final.
Are we saying that the trial judge erred?
It's possible.
Okay. Let me.
No, we have seen it. We have seen it in Nigeria.
I understand.
It's possible that the trial court erred in its judgment.
Okay, if that is the case, so INEC is now also coming back, because that's what it means, to fall back on the ruling of the court of first instance. Is that not what saying?
No, that's not what we're saying.
Not.
No, that's
so
INEC maintains their position.
That's a position.
They are maintaining their position because they have appealed.
Okay.
They believe that what they have done is the right thing.
So they are still maintaining the 30th.
They are maintaining. That's what they are saying. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Anything that you have done outside this window, if our appeal doesn't stand, they are in trouble.
Okay, so what I'm saying, to answer your question.
So hence
directly,
my question is,
yes,
if they lose all these
appeals, they lose, which means their timetable is a nullity.
What do you see happening?
It's a nullity, and then what will happen is that they will have to come up with fresh timetable that will be in sync Yes, now.
If
they lose their appeal, if they lose their appeal, which means the timetable they came up with is a nullity.
They can amend it now.
How can you amend the nullity?
They can amend it to sync with.
The amendment will be in conformity, in tandem with the Electoral Act, is it not?
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. Which means the first one they did is a nullity. They are not going to amend, but they are coming to come. The amendment should be in such a manner that it will be in synchronization with the Electoral Act. That's the point I'm making. And what that means that generally is that, of course, the time for the election will be shifted.
No, the date for the election may not be shifted. Because the judgment did not query the date for the election.
Yes.
Okay.
It questioned the timeline for activities.
Okay, what will be that it is going to put both the electorates and campaign, the time for all those things will also be affected.
Will be adjusted.
Exactly. So, you know that.
But in terms of the party primaries, which is where the contention is really, that's the major contention.
Oh, okay.
Parties have 120 days.
Okay.
Right? To conduct their primaries.
Yes.
Right? They have to conduct it before 120 days. That's the Electoral Act.
Good.
That's the judgment of both Omotosho and Umar. That's the judgment, right?
Okay.
So, at this point, INEC said no, it's May 30. That time you're supposed to put it somewhere in September.
Okay.
But INEC says it's May. So I'm asking now. They lose all these appeals. You are saying they would adjust their timetables and party will conduct fresh primaries.
No. I didn't say they will conduct fresh primaries. What they will do is that it will be probably an advantage because the 120 is still there for them. Okay? But I think INEC wanted it Ozubo, faster. So I don't know what is the reason for doing that. I don't know. And I'm very suspicious. So if you have 120 days as provided by the Constitution, so why are you in a haste? Why are you reducing the time?
What do you think will happen?
I think what will happen is that, like I said, it's going to affect the time, for people to...
No, I mean real eventualities. What may happen?
Well, I think what will happen is that there's going to be that kind of, would I say, lack of trust on that institution, INEC, to conduct.
This is perception. I'm speaking of real events.
Okay, a real event is that, like I said, it's going to actually reduce or allow other parties, that have not conducted or that are still having problems to also queue in and make some amendments and so flow alongside the Electoral Act.
Kelly, if by what you said, this thing was supposed to lapse in September and the INEC says it has to be
May.
Kelly, by the time Supreme Court eventually sits on this matter, it will be in September.
This is what Dr. Chiwon said that day.
Now, what that would mean is that you have no longer time. Everything has been eaten up. There's nothing you can do at that point. So at that point, the only person that will be accommodated is just this one. Like I said, the one that I'm aware of. I can't remember the political party that did it outside.
Okay.
Yes, May 30. That's the only one that will be accommodated. Because there will be no... It will come in such a time that there will be no time for anybody to want to go and do primaries again. The time would have been eaten up. And
so maybe just for future reference.
Just for and it will just be eaten up. For me, that's what I think. It's because these the kind of judiciary that we have, they themselves are watching. Appeal will not sit. They will wait.
At least it's 1 week now. They haven't said anything.
Appeal will not be. They won't rush it. This is
the delay tactics.
June will pass. Probably July will pass. We'll get into August or something, or maybe July, and then by the time it gets to the Supreme, come on, don't be surprised. It might even come in October.
Which means the election will be unlawful.
So it becomes
one advantage. Maybe one advantage Supreme Court has over most other courts is that Supreme Court can hear your appeal on day one and fix a date for judgment. That's one good thing about Supreme Court. They've already seen what you're looking for. They just want to hear whether you can say something that can sound convincing. So they will just tell you, prepare your brief, cross brief, just submit everything. On that first day, they tell you, come on Monday, we'll give you judgment. That could help a little bit.
That first day might just be in October.
Depending on when appeal court even finishes it matter. What if appeal court doesn't finish before November? What if appeal court doesn't finish before November? It's possible.
It's still possible.
So, Kelly, I smell a raft there because what that means is that if such matters are expected to be given expeditious hearing.
That's what I think would happen.
Exactly, expeditious hearing.
That's what I think.
Because if you do anything contrary to that, it means that there is going to be suspicion about connivance and all that. Do
you know why they may not have this expeditious hearing? As we speak, majority of the parties have already had
they've complied.
So what is the haste?
Exactly.
The parties have complied.
The parties have already complied. So what is the haste? Whatever judgment they're going to give now will be effective maybe in the next one.
No, but you know, one of the things that a lot of persons talk about this is the 21 days for the submission of digital register. Because when this judgment came out, ADC rushed to say, ADC, another party said, the APC will see a massive defection from their party to other parties. Because those that lost election and they feel because of that 21 days, which the suspicion is they want to use that to cure the attitude of politicians defecting when they have lost primary in another party. Okay. You lose today, let me jump to this other party, let me jump and join. That once a digital register is submitted, it reduces and almost stops that ability for people to jump when they lose primary from party A to party B. So the projections of people were making is, hey, with this judgment now, the window for people to defect has now been thrown open. So we can now defect and go to another party and contest election. So if this remains like this and parties are cautiously obeying, those that attempt to move.
Yeah, but Kelly, granted that that's not the spirit of those who, formulated the Electoral Act. I'm also thinking the parties may not also bother to go through, those who have already done their primaries, may not bother to go through that process of, accepting defectors to come in all in the name of trying to also conduct another primary for them, except those who are coming in who are just coming as
like
just party members.
Like Mr. Ige said now, in contentious areas, contentious areas, parties could decide to...
If it's contentious area, it means that there are those who are already in the party, but they are aggrieved. I'm talking about, you said some people may leave their party because they lost primaries to come to another party. And so I'm saying that some parties may not even bother going through the rigors of when they already have in a free, fair, and credible primary election.
Which of the parties is free, fair, and credible? Which of the major parties?
Kelly, are you saying that their elections are not free and fair and credible?
The one that they did
say 10, it to the world.
The one that they did 10, 50.
I want to believe that.
Kelly, you know the funny thing is that if court, let's assume that court, even the Supreme Court, gives judgment before the expiration of the time, some parties can change their governorship candidates. It's possible. In APC, for example, they are still fighting over who is their candidate in Oyo State.
Even Kwara they're fighting.
Kwara, even Adamawa.
Yes, Adamawa.
APC agrees.
But I think Fintiri agreed to what's his name?
To DNSA.
Ribado's demand.
Adamawa is still contentious. No politician will go down easily like that. So there are still contention in Oyo, Kwara, and Adamawa. That's for APC. Now, for other political parties, they can as well change their candidates in some elections. Yes, for many other parties, they still have problems in several positions across the country. So if the judgment comes through for them, they can poach candidates, serious candidates from other political parties. And the reason for poaching is that, look, we'll guarantee you the ticket. We will tell the man. And remember, courts have given several judgments that says how a party elects is the business of that political party. So it means that a candidate may be there, they can poach a serious-minded candidate from party A and bring it to party D and say, look, a young man, you want that election in error. In fact, we are not submitting your name again. This is the name of the man who wants to submit.
I think that will generate another controversy.
It's like I hear ADC. I hear ADC right now going Gawuna.
Except that is
ADC, they're going Gawuna to come and take the governorship ticket for Kano State.
That's anything.
Well, except that would be based on maybe political arrangement where they say, okay, for us to win this election, I think this man coming from other party will be better. So for you, we are going to compensate you for this and that. Otherwise, if outside this political arrangement sort of in a party, I think it's going to generate, because the other people or the other person who won the election will not want to sit back. That action can be challenged in court, and you have another round of controversies, court cases, and all that.
It's dragging again like it did.
Honestly, Rivers State had 2 governorship candidates.
No, they have one.
Which one?
Pedomsi.
Have you seen the list submitted by ADC?
No, I'm aware that.
No, have you seen the official list of ADC to INEC?
Are you holding on to that list?
No, what I'm saying is that you know Nigerian politics. You can be shouting that you are the candidate, but your name is not submitted to INEC. We have seen it severally. Nothing should shock you when it comes to politicians in Nigeria.
That's part of the problem you have.
Nothing should shock you.
It's possible.
Exactly.
Mr. Alikwe.
Kelly, you see, the snag I see in the whole thing is if, for instance, the thing drags on till, like Opaka was saying, to even October, I don't know what any political party would do again. Because the time itself has elapsed. That is the correct. In our mind to go on appeal on this, something that in our mind to go on appeal on this, something that is in black and white. You see that they understand the law more than any other institution in this nation, or what?
We may find out now.
I don't know this Nigerian politics.
We have 2 issues before we open the phone lines, and we have just 30 minutes. So let me see if I can do this. Between Babachi Lawal and Atiku Abubakar, Babachi says Atiku is a Fulani warlord. Atiku says, how can you be doing ethnic profiling for me when you serve a Fulani president? I don't know who is right or wrong, but it makes sense to me that you were SGF to a Fulani president, that in his administration early on, his media team even acknowledged that the issue of these headsmen rampaging became worse while he was president. It's not like he wasn't there, he was there, but it became worse while he was president. But you served in that government. Today, whatever happened in the ADC between you and Atiku, you say Atiku is a Fulani man, he's a warlord, and his Fulani brothers that are killing people all over the country, they are the ones celebrating him. Is it? I know in politics there's no such thing as equity, but can we equate that and say, well, he has a point? Professor Wada.
Well, I think that what most politicians do here in Nigeria is that, according to popular saying that when you are eating, you don't talk. There is somebody who served, according to what you just said, in Fulani.
Yeah,
exactly. And we didn't hear him say all this when he was SGF.
We didn't even hear him
say anything, condemn.
Even when they removed him while he was in office.
Exactly. That goes to, tell you about what most politicians do when they are in office. When they are eating, they don't talk. But the moment they are out and they are not also eating, they will begin to say things. But we had expected them to be instrument of change, even while in office. Because I think that it can affect change when you are there. That's what is called participant observation and research methodology. So you are participating and you are actually getting the hit of whatever thing you are studying. So I think that is important that we should know that if you are in there, we should expect that you do something, within the powers you have to effective change, effect the change that will be proposed, that will impact positively on the lives of people. Condemn what is condemnable. Why in office? Not when you leave office, you begin to say, oh, you see, this happened. Possibly nobody may take you seriously. But I think that is important for us to know. Most politicians in Nigeria, behave that way. They are in the office, they won't say anything, they won't do anything, they won't condemn anything because they are getting what they are supposed to get. They are enjoying the booties of office. And, it's a very, 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 very internecine way of, enhancing what I call political pathoses. You are there as a public officer. You don't do what you are supposed to do because you are enjoying one privilege or the other. You are enjoying the booties of office. Only for you, when you're out of the office, that's when you begin to shout. No reasonable person will take you seriously.
Okay. Don't mind Mr. Ndukwe. I know how to respond to him. That's the problem.
Kelly, I honestly don't understand why these people are doing what they are doing. Between Rebecca Lawal and Atiku. They're all from Adamawa, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
So they're carrying local problem and then disturbing us. Yeah. Why? Whatever they have against themselves, I think we can keep it out. Nigerians don't. I'm not sure it's one thing I really want to really bother my head about.
But is it fair to all of a sudden now?
But yeah, but I don't know why Babacha Lawa is actually on this trajectory. Why he's doing what he's doing? I honestly also don't understand. In any case, they say those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. But for him, it's not. So I wonder what he went into ADC for, where he knew that Atiku himself was also there. What are they going to do in that party then? Are they also deceiving? What did he really? He thought he would go there and overwhelm
Kachala, according to him.
With what now?
Kachala. That's the native name of Atiku.
It's called Kachala.
Is it
a warlord?
Oh, is that what it means, Kachala?
That's what it means, yes. Kachala. That's what he called Atiku.
Oh.
He went into ADC to go and overwhelm, or maybe have the better of against Atiku. With what? With grammar. So, meaning that is not what it is beginning to show is that truly ADC was an association of strange bedfellows. It couldn't have lasted for long then. Because if you have this level of animosity, this level of bitterness in you all the while, and you went there, you were sitting down and you were discussing, you were going to build a party, and all of you knew inside your heart.
Even fought and abused the journalists. When the journalist was trying to get information, abused him.
Imagine.
It's really funny. So the kind of political parties we have in Nigeria, so people are coming together. You don't believe the same thing. You have no single. Before now, we used to think that Professor Now will help us. Political parties are actually formed by people who have the same ideas, who believe in the same ideology.
Exactly. For interest aggregation.
Clearly. But it appears like in Nigeria now, it doesn't. That is not. It's far, far, far from it.
Exactly.
People just come in. Okay, you would have gotten into that place believing that, oh, okay, this man will have the money. Let's go there and this one. Then you went. But yeah, with this one, a thumbs up for Peter Obiyo. Man, Chakpa, and then what is this?
Who saw the handwriting on the wall?
No. This is not what it is.
Well, I think it's a reckless statement, from Babachio. It's a reckless statement from him to say, look, Atiku is Fulani, and it is Fulani people that are killing, people all over Nigeria. I think it's a reckless statement. And from my little understanding, Kachala doesn't necessarily mean a warlord. You could cut Kachala and say he's a warlord. Kachala is more like a leader, commander You can ask those who understand the Hausa or Kanuri very well. I think it's a Kanuri word, Hausa word, for my little knowledge of Hausa language. It means a commander, a leader. So you can say, this is my Kachala, this is my leader. But of course, we've now added political slang to it to say that, look, Kachala must be the leader of a rogue or the leader of a bandit, or something. For me, it's a reckless statement from Babachio. Look, so let me give you an example. I think about 3 weeks ago, the vice chairman of Ilejemeje local government area in Ekiti State planned our own abduction.
Yes.
Our own abduction, and she was caught. So now, are you not going to say that since the vice chairman of Ilejemeje local government area in Ekiti State is now obnobbing with kidnappers, Olalikoike from Ekiti State is a kidnapper? To me, I think that profiling is reckless. Look at the kidnap of the sister of former minister of power and the children. Have you seen the names released by police? 99% of them are Yoruba people. One is even staying very close to the woman's house. They are Yoruba people. So is it sufficient to say that, look, because of what happened in Badon, Yoruba people are kidnappers? I can bet with every ounce of blood I have that the kidnappers of those children in Oyo State, you will definitely find members of the community involved. So there's a way you profile a people and it becomes terrible. Yes, are there Fulanis that are terrorists? The answer is yes, but not all Fulanis are terrorists. So don't profile an ethnic group and say, oh, this person is bad. In the name of politics, there are certain things. People are listening. Now, he has used the word Kachala. Now, all of a sudden, Kachala has now become very popular. They will now attribute it to something that is bad. But the origin of that word wasn't a bad thing. So there's an extent to which we say certain things in politics and we let it stick. If you have disagreements with Atiku Abubakar, probably because of politics, one in Adamawa State, they've never supported each other. It's not a new thing.
But you know what's funny about this whole thing?
Yes.
When a group announced the suspension of Atiku from ADC in Adamawa State, it was the same Babachi Lawal that said, those people are Indian hemp smokers.
Exactly.
It was the same person that rushed out to say, some Indian hemp smokers somewhere will just stay and be influenced by whatever they are smoking.
No, Kelly, see, the truth is that Babachi wanted certain positions concessioned to him. That's where this problem started from.
Like that.
Naturally, it won't happen. You understand? To be able to displace Atiku in Adamawa would be tough. He should rather have negotiated, not seeking a concession. You should have gone to Atiku and say, okay, see, can you please help me with these ones? Not to sit down and say, allocate these ones for me because I'm supporting you. Without with or without Babachi, Atiku win Adamawa effortlessly. In 2023, of the 6 states in the Northeast, Atiku won 5. The only state he didn't win was Borno, and you understand that Shetima is from Borno State. Otherwise, 2027, Atiku may still win the Northeast. This time, he may even win the 6. There's a sentiment in the Northeast that, look, after the death of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the Northeast has not just had the opportunity to produce a president. That's the sentiment of the Northeast, and they seem to have been carrying it on, for a long time. Initially, all their votes were for Buhari. When they dispensed with their favors to Buhari, they shifted in 2027, to Atiku. So it's a feeling of the Northeast people. Look, we've not produced a president. Let us all produce. It is not the birthright of Northwest that has had I think Northwest has had about 5 presidents, if my memory serves me. So you have an understanding of why Northeast is a little bit peculiar, going for. So Babachi wants to also have a bite at the pie of what happens in that corridor.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, only what I see is that politicians, in my place, I think, let me put it this way, that will make it very easy for every other person that is listening. In my place, it is stated, it's not every word a man or woman opens his mouth and says that reserves an answer. if Babachir Lawal comes out and starts saying Atiku is a Fulani and all that, first he should tell us his own tribe. His own tribe. Now, let us check whether Fulanis are the only bad people on earth. Are they rejected in Nigeria? Since his lifetime, has he not seen Fulani people be president, military and the civilian in this country? The one he was, Atiku fired back that he served under, it was a Fulani person now. See, that is why my people look at the whole thing and say, it's not every stream or river that deserves you to raise your wrapper and cross. Atiku should have even dignified himself and keep quiet. Continue with all that he's doing, which he believes, like INEC believes in whatever it has done. It's not, whatever you are telling INEC, you are just scratching them. They have gone and appeal. That means you people don't know what we are talking, even that court. But we are very right. And we are going to see. So if Atiku is, and if, what's his name, Babachir, if he thinks he's more, maybe reasonable than Atiku and all that, and has power more than Atiku, let us also see it in action. It's not everything we should be talking about. For me, I don't know who Babachir is. The first thing in terms of being was he secretary of the federal government or whatever they call that? SGF.
Yes.
Is he not the one that said grass cutting brought this and that? So if Atiku knows how to handle the office, whether he's derailing or not, he said that VP to Obasanjo and stayed out. So Babachir should know all these things. If a man is bigger than you, you want to pick him as an opponent, please check whether he won't floor you in a second.
Final story. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, explained the Senate's refusal to probe military spending, stressing that subjecting the military to a public legislative inquisition at a critical time when the Nigerian troops are engaged on multiple fronts against terrorism, banditry, and other grave threats to national security risk undermining their morale and operational effectiveness. Factual statement. If you probe the military at this time, you would affect the effectiveness and the morale of the military.
Kelly, at this point for me, honestly, I just think that at this point, because if you say probe, we are in Nigeria. You bring these people, by the time you start the probe, social media will not allow these people rest. They should look for a way of getting accountability for these people. I mean, behind closed doors, behind the scene. Whatever little thing you bring out at this point, the moment you put them out and then they come and then begin to in the open, wow. I wonder whether it will not. I truly agree with this one that it just may affect their effectiveness. It just might do.
Okay. Mr. Ige.
Yes, I agree completely with Opaka. You know, maybe what many people don't even know is that the Nigerian army has an account and internal audit department. Even the even the Ministry of Defense has an internal audit department. Why am I saying this? It means that this can even be done without a public scrutiny. All you need to do, send external auditors to audit the spending. All they need to do, the external auditor meets with the internal audit of both the Ministry of Defense and the Nigeria Army has a very serious department. I think it's Finance and Account, Nigeria Army Finance and Accounts Department or something. They have an internal audit, very serious office. They have it at the Ministry of Defense. You understand? So can we bring an external auditor if we want to audit their spending? External auditor, do this quietly. invite the internal auditors, look at how much they've received, look at how much has been expended, and if there are missing gaps, do they need more money? Because sometimes audit does not necessarily mean that something has gone wrong. You just want to find out, are they even, in fact, okay, so 20 billion was budgeted for army, for the Nigerian army. Maybe they didn't even receive up to 8 billion. The audit will reveal that.
Okay.
Yeah, so to me, I agree with Opak. I agree with Senator Godswill Akpabio. Let's not have distraction. Kelly, I hope you know that in the last 6-7 years, enrollment into the Nigerian army has consistently dropped. Consistently. Now, the Nigerian army is not even begging Nigerians. A certain part of Nigeria has even refused to enroll into the army and into the police. They've given us, okay, look, take your army, take your police, we are not interested. So now they are now begging people to join them. So for me, if we want to do that at all, it should just be behind, closed doors. Let's allow these people concentrate. I read the recent statement from, I think it's the chief of army staff or thereabout. I hope I'm correct, that they've even increased the allowance of those at the war front, maybe from about 5,000 to 10,000 per day to about 20,000 and all of that. We need to fight this. Let's not distract these people. These are people who have given up their lives so that we can sleep. Even if it's only with one eye, let us at least sleep with one eye closed, if the two are not going to close at the same time.
Professor Warner.
Kelly, I think this is another vacuous statement by the Senate President that mocks the intellect. The last time I checked, the legislature is there to perform oversight function. And we're also aware of the fact that for almost 2, 3, 4 decades, humongous amount of money has always been budgeted for defense in this country. If I can see from the last budget, to the extent that other critical sectors are also suffering.
It was a probe like that allegedly led to the death of a former chief of army staff.
Okay,
you're aware, right?
Yeah, but when I don't know whether it's a matter of nomenclature. When you say probe, my mind does not tell me that you need to bring ATM and assemble all the charity cameras everywhere, be watching them, and then they will begin, okay, I spend one, this is the money that is left here. I have 120,000, this is the money. The way we do in the village, when we want to share meeting money, I know you're aware. Yeah. You bring this one and fold it like this. This is all. I don't think it is like that. For crying out loud, every agency, every organ of government must be subject to investigation. The last time when a general was killed in Borno, part of what I read was that, look, the junior officer says, okay, this our car, our car is not functioning well. Oh. It's not in proper order. And they must say, hey, you people can just manage it like that.
But that's not what his bosses says. That's not what his bosses say.
That's not the boss.
That's not what his bosses say. His bosses say that's a different thing. That man is a very meticulous man. And as a commander of that brigade, he decides what happens in his brigade.
I want to also believe that as a commander, he may have petty cash or something to run that command, and part of it may be that put all facilities in order so that you'll be combat ready.
In fact, for the fact that they say he's a very meticulous man, that he will not allow such a thing happen under his command.
Oh,
that's what they say.
But so it's not true that. I think there's also that same case that the commander, the one from Edo, he wanted to jump into an armored car when he saw the enemies, but the car couldn't move. Possibly as a result of technical problem. So why are we toying with this issue of security when we know that, money has been, budgeted for security? Why are we still toying with it? And why on earth? Part of the reason is what I just told you now. So which means there are cases where, senior officers, rather than use the money meant to actually put some of the equipment in order, possibly, I don't know what they use it for. And that's part of the reason why, in spite of the humongous amount of money put in the defense, internal security and all that, we're yet to see very promising, captivating results.
So you think a probe is necessary?
Yeah. And I say probe does not really mean that you want to bring everybody. Like they suggested. You can ask the Accountant General or whoever, the internal auditor, please, Chief of Defense Staff or Chief of Army Staff, please furnish us with your... I think there's a committee on military in the Senate.
Now.
I think...
That's secretly open.
I don't know what it means. That you're asking me to give you account of does not make me to feel I'm no longer, you people are demoralizing me.
Is it possible?
I understand.
Is it possible?
You are asking somebody, managing director or whoever in office, to please furnish us with your record. I say that will demoralize me. I don't see a link. I don't see how that is, except you already have a bias man already. I don't see how that would be a problem in a democratic system of government. You are a public officer. And they are asking that, look, furnish us with your document. Let's know how you have spent public money. And you said that will demoralize you. Oh, Jesus is Lord. I don't believe that.
But Kelly, let me.
What kind of demoralization is that? Are we talking about?
No, I just wanted to say
I don't
something.
believe that.
Let's say Mr. Ndukwe, please.
No,
let's let Mr. Ndukwe. Let's say you will still say it. You will still say it.
Okay, you will say it.
Yes.
You see, Kelly, a clear conscience fears no accusation.
Exactly.
They should be probed publicly. You hear me? It is an institution in this nation. I disagree completely. 500% with Akpabio. Just the same way, the National Assembly, when you say probe us, they may not agree. It's the same thing they are trying. What is wrong with the time now? When has the time been better in this country? Anybody should tell me. Which time in this nation has been better than now?
1969.
Thank you very much. I don't know how you learned that.
Is that why people keep saying that those years were better than now?
No, see, if it is what you are talking about, that type of betterness, it is also from government that it was better. So when you say the time now, what happened to the time now? Because of your ineffectiveness, for instance, things have gone wrong. Is it Emmanuel Ndukwe that is in the Senate as the Senate president? See, Kelly, a man that is doing any public duty should be ready and willing to subject himself to scrutiny of accountability at any point in time. Now, you hear every time, it's just like the other, there was one particular time we were having a discussion there, I can't remember on what topic. Chief Okere and others said, the military should not be touched on this, and I said, what do you mean by that? If you're an accountant, for instance, and you are working in Ministry of Works or whatever, but federal institution, you are doing a job that is benefiting the nation and yourself. Kelly, as I am, I'm not a soldier. And I will never try to be a soldier. Forget about my religious angle of life. I am not even ready to be a soldier any day. I know I can't do such. I don't have the mind. Now, all the people that are soldiers were not forced to go and enlist into the army. And for that reason, it is the work they do. When we hear they stay awake in the night and others sleep, it is the job you have chosen. Were you forced to become a soldier? Now I'm a journalist. I was also not forced to join. So everything we are doing is to make sure that the nation is built and continues on the straight path. So anybody that is making it, okay, see, do you know now that that probe could bring out the fact all that will be there? I remember when a lot of people deserted the army. I think it was Boratai or so that was the chief of army staff, and that brought in Falana and all the rest of them. They tried, and in the end, I think some people were released. They go your way and all that. Some of the allegations we were hearing, Emmanuel Ndukwe doesn't know whether it's right or not, and I'm not interested to know. The reason is simple. Whether you know or not, I say something or I don't say something, it will not change what is happening in the army. Now, we heard that the money they've been budgeting is billions upon billions. In the first place, as they say so, it will now seem to be denting the officials of the army. Do you know whether those monies were released in the first place? It is a probe that will bring it out.
Exactly.
So what is this that we are precluding probe on the military? Okay, if a Ministry of, let's say the civil service, there's no probe, would we know that things are running to seed in the civil service? We won't know. It's only when you probe. The same thing should be given to the army, the navy, all the rest of them.
All right.
What is this?
Mr. Ige, quick.
No, I wanted to say that I didn't say, excuse me, please. I didn't say the military should not be probed. I said you can do audit.
You say
behind the lines.
Behind
the line because we're at a stage where certain things happening in Nigeria. And I wanted to add that, look, from my privilege of having associated with certain people, I know that some monies are available that is not even in the record books. And that is strictly under the office of the president. So, for example, whoever there is a DG of DSS or DG of NIA or DG of DMI, there are certain monies that are given to them and is in cash. And they are kept, especially when they have reasons to do certain espionage activities, especially certain times when they need to spend money quickly and they don't want official records to it. There's a record to that under the office of the presidency. He explains that. But then these people hold the money in cash. That's one of the reasons why some time ago they found money in a private residence. You understand? A former DG of NIA told me outrightly that when it was DG of NIA, it was usual for them to have cash, but that cash is always in the office. He queried why such an amount of money should be moved to a private residence. But he told me that, look, while he was DG of NIA, they usually had cash for certain specific reasons. Okay. Now, if you take that to the military, especially the Nigerian army, because they are more involved in ground troops and all of that, there are certain funds too that are also available to certain people in some of the positions that are not even officially available to even an audit from the Nigerian military. You understand? So if you want to do all of this, there's a way you don't cause unnecessary friction. I'm not against probe. Do it behind the lines. We are at a period where even the insurgents, the terrorists can mock us and say that Nigeria is not even serious. Even right now, rather than there's a lot of perception that will come with it. And what you don't need right now is to distract those that are on the front lines. We don't need that distraction.
All right, let's open the phone lines, take reactions from you. But before that, let me read some of your contributions. Sunday Swa, why will Akpabio not support corruption when it's also a proceed of the same trade? What has destroyed the morals of the soldiers in this insurgency fight than corruption? Okay? He said it's a reckless and irresponsible comment. Makachike Dikenuba, Akpabio is among those sharing military funds, as alleged by you. That's why he doesn't want the military to be probed. Ibifubara Daye, it will not affect the fight against insecurity because probing them will ensure that money set aside for them be used effectively by getting the most modern weapons and prompt payment of allowances to the officers. Sambo Dumio, good morning, Mr. Kelly. I did not expect anything else from him because if Akpabio was to probe military, it's going to affect him too. Corruption cannot probe corruption. All of you are alleging. Amity Prince, will the military during their time probe civilians? If yes, civilian democracy should probe them. Christopher Cotin, how this man became Senate president is still a mystery. Just the way his boss became president. General Post, let's just be done with Facebook, yeah? Dr. Mrs. Sima Libera, are we really practicing democracy? Do our leaders have the passion, devotion, patriotism, loyalty, and commitment? All right. Efyanginam will never surrender to terrorists and bandits. Tinubu vows. The hard part is actually protecting people, so kidnappings don't keep happening every week. Kids and teachers are still in the bush in Oyo. After all this time, families are broken and fear everywhere. Actions will speak louder than any speech. All right, so those are the ones we can take from here. Let's look at X real quick. Then we'll take your calls. All right, let's go to X and the network. The work cabinet, the work looks like it's working. So give us a moment. Okay, I see one reaction here. One heating reaction. Henry Opera 13 above. Is he saying that the ongoing embezzlement of funds is boosting their morale? He said he just endorsed corruption. Okay, that's a reading of it. All right, let's take reactions. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Hello.
Good morning.
You see, the military ought to be proved. Because sometimes what they buy for the military procurement is not the same as the prescription.
So your radio is so loud. The hallback is louder than your voice.
Sometimes I heard that they bought bulletproof for the army, but instead of putting pellets inside, they put sand inside the bulletproof because nobody checked. It just went like that. Soldiers' lives were exposed to danger. That's why I say military and what they procure for the military to be probed. Simple.
Good morning, Today 95.1.
Hi, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, Miriam.
I greet everyone in the studio. This is Miriam.
Good morning.
Kelly, I totally agree with Baba Kialawa's statement. Because for me, Atiku is a Fulani man. We are not saying all Fulanis are bad, no. But I've not seen Atiku, I've not heard him call out, speak his language, to call out his brothers, tell them to stop, that this is wrong. He wants to be a president in this country. I think if he finally becomes, it will embolden them. So from now, if you have intentions to sit on that seat, begin to call them out. Tell them what they are doing is wrong, so that we'll know that yes, when you come in, they clearly know that you don't like what they are doing. And Akpabio, I'm not surprised, honestly. I am not. Anyone that says they should do secret audit, I think it's totally wrong. Nigeria is a very peculiar nation. Some persons have called us fantastically corrupt and even worse names. So you don't say, hello.
We're listening to you.
Yeah, so someone should not say secret audit. No, everything should be public, because if you do secret, if it's public, we don't trust it. Not to talk of secret. And I'm beginning to suspect Akpabio. That's what
All right.
that happened to him.
Thank you. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I get in the studio.
Good morning.
President Ahmed Bola Tinubu said he will not succumb to terrorism. Yes, that is true. Let him not succumb to them. Since they don't want Nigeria to be in peace, let them not be in peace. Then I want to commend Operation Adikari for their effort to make sure that those Borno students have been rescued. Then let them also do the same to Oyo State students. Then for the comment of Senate President, I think I agree with him, but not 100%. There should be proof, not now that we are passing through insecurity. Please, let them be allowed for them to carry on the assignment. After that, then they can prove them. Thank you and God bless you.
Good morning, Today 95.1.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Ndukoya, and the guests in the studio. A blessed new week to you and a bad one to all the bad politics and shine and wrong government everywhere. Mr. Kelly, you see, it's only in Nigeria that what is good for India it's not good for Ugandans. Because you can see the rich men children who were kidnapped not too long. They have been set to rescue. That our children, 2 years, 24 days today, they are still in kidnappers' care. And what you see Jagaban doing is politics. And the most awful kind of disgruntled statement I've heard from what Akpabio say, how can a military, this is the time that our military men are talking about, they are not feeding them well, they are not paying them, but they will catch them and go and lock them, say they court-martial them, but you say you cannot probe them, and insecurity is on the high increase.
All right,
and
Sam.
Nothing is being done to we to say.
Thank you. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Yeah, Mr. Kelly, good morning, and my others in the studio.
Good morning.
Reginald, I call from Chococho. Mr. Kelly.
Yes, sir.
I think the reason why our government officials keep on doing what they are doing today is because of nobody is putting pressure for them to be accountable to the people. Otherwise, the level of insecurity we have in Nigeria today, every Nigerian citizen should have been able to know what is happening and how the funds the money that are being allocated to the security agencies are being managed. We have several had from the military in the front line that they are not being paid. Some of them, their welfare are not being taken care of.
All right.
For infrastructures and equipment they are using.
All right, Reginald.
So this is time for them to improve so that everybody will be able to know.
Awesome. Thank you. That's a good place. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
Kelly, you see, they tracked that woman's number, that woman with her 2 children. They tracked her number immediately she was kidnapped. They tracked her number and they went straight. Police went straight to that place and rescued her. But if it is me and you, they will tell our people in the network stations there that.
Sorry, sir. Not to be insensitive. I beg say you, not me and you.
I'm not literally. You are not. It's not a literal.
No problem. Just say you.
We say go and bring 50 million. Even they will charge you money bigger than the money the kidnappers are charging your people. They will tell you to bring more bigger money than. They forgot that their duty is to release this thing to your people and to the police, to the security agents to go and track you down. But those criminals are inside that forest.
Okay.
Every day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cannot come out here and a person that side away from me. Good morning, Today 95.1. Collins, welcome.
Yeah, Job is very peaceful. I'm calling from Job. From Job, we are greeting all of you here. See, we people in Job here, we disagree with the Senate president. I don't even understand. Would they see army people, they complain for social media, say they need to do them well. Their salary is small. They abandon them. Would they see live videos? And the Nigerian army, they complain. Those are not the big men for army. So why would you say, they call go, okay, Kelly, now we want to buy Lamborghini for Job now. And now they try to probe me. Because when they know how this money go take, come and buy Lamborghini. Okay, we love Kelly. Kelly, do what you will not like. We don't stop Kelly. Kelly will probe you, we love you. Because you know what demoralize you. Thank you.
Collins, thank you. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and your guests in the studio.
Good morning.
Good morning, sirs. Mr. Kelly, you know, in this nation right now, if you want to join the APC, they must give you some certain dirty job that you will do. That is what they have given to Babaki Alawa, the former SGF. He has to try to pull Atiku down in order for him to take whatever he needs to collect from the other side. So he can't just come like that and go scot-free. So that is what he's doing right now. He has become a data boy. So they have to arm him with some gadgets to ensure that the opposition, like some other people are also doing in the other side. Do you understand me, sir? So it is now you will need to, and remember in Nigerian politics, people are just looking for money, nothing else. It's been a long time. Bakala served as AGF. We didn't see him mount any position from that time. So he needs some money now.
He has a big farm.
He has a big farm. The farm, is it not the same farm they queried him that he went to clear grass?
Oh, wow.
Somebody that could collect money to go and clear grass, what will he not do in Nigeria?
Right. Thank you. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Good morning to your guests. My name is Honorable Gladwell, calling from Bugma City, outside of the government. Kelly, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. Let me first of all go to our state, the roads we are constructing in River State. I want to ask question. Over 3 years, or getting past more than 3 years now, has any one of those roads have been completed and been commissioned by the governor?
Yes,
the truth is the river, I mean the greater Port Harcourt road that he's doing. Rumosi Road, it took people man hours, strength, over how many hours? Man, one be on station on that road for how many hours? Go slow. That is the beauty of Rivers people. That is their beauty. Since the former commissioner have left, commissioner of works have left, I think this is a problem. Then I don't think that of the state police will work because the time the process will go on. By the time it will come for the president to assign, it will not work now. It will take around 4 years again. So they are not doing the right thing to the people. This is the time we need military to do their work effectively. The military should be probed. God bless you. I'm Honorable Gladwell. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning, Nebu people.
My name is Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Actually, I want to about late president. That was the president. The statement is very bad. They should prove the military. They should prove them. So our military play for Facebook say, social media say they're suffering. It's very bad now. People like I didn't know suffering. It's very bad. They'll put a salary, increase their salary. They'll enjoy very well. Thank you, sir.
Final call, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kelly.
Morning, sir. Can you speak up, please?
Yes, good morning, Kelly.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we'll hear you. It will be easier if you spoke up, that's all.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please go on.
Are you hearing me?
Oh, my. Final call, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to the FM and everybody in the studio.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is IMJ. I want to talk about the military probe and all that because I don't blame what is happening to anybody that is in authority that is doing this thing because Nigerians are suffering simply because there is no true federalism. And if everybody is not, those that are there are not corrupt, this kind of thing will not happen to Nigerians. It's simply because this thing that I'm saying may hurt some people as a truth. Because this true federalism that is not being practiced in Nigeria is what is giving Nigerians this problem. Otherwise, if everybody has our own and they're contributing to the central body, such money will be well monitored and know how it is going to be utilized. Because since everything, it doesn't come from them. They are not the people that are suffering. We that are in the South that are producing the money to the federal government are the ones that are suffering. If not, they will not do such a thing. So it may hurt some people, but it's true that I'm talking. This removal of resource control and the introduction of
okay. We have tried. Messages, a few more. I read some from the traditional SMS. Let me read 2 or 3, and then we'll move on. The way Rivers State is today is just as if we don't have a governor or a government. Bad roads everywhere, dirty people. Rashid Lawal from NTA Road in Boba. That's your contribution. Thank you. Thank God ability attribute. I can't believe Godswill Akpabio said this. Buhari initiated comprehensive investigation into the procurement of military weapons, and the probe yielded major development. We saw how Sambo Dasuki and several former military chiefs were arrested and charged with orchestrated phantom arms contracts and fraud amounting to billions of naira. For me, the probe is necessary. Thank God ability attribute. Last one I can squeeze from here. Okay, Big King, what the Senate President says to the citizens of a country that probing military expenditures will now demoralize the military. It means the politicians saying such a thing may be fantastically corrupt. It's possible the funds may have been shared and mismanaged in a manner that the military may not have had any balance of funds due to political kickbacks. All right, Big King, that's your position. Thank you. WhatsApp, I haven't read any from here. I'm not sure I read any from here. Certainly not. So let's begin with this one. The sister and children of the former Minister of Power being released from the kidnappers so fast. I asked, what about the other school children that was kidnapped weeks before the minister's sister and children occurred in the same state? Why is this sentiment? Does it mean that life of the school children are not important? Okay. Engineer Madi Soki from Ruma Paralia Akpo community. That is your contribution. Thank you. Louis from Rukboku. Police rescue Adelabo's sister twin. Okay, because it's Adelabo's sister and her family now. Nigeria police are up and doing, while young kids ranging from 2 to what? With some SOB bandits, and the government seems to be clueless on the steps to take so that they can come back home safely to their families. Just less than a week that they were kidnapped, Nigerian police quickly neutralized the kidnappers and rescued family member of the minister. Okay. You're not happy that they at least rescued this one. Akpabio has a moral burden hanging on his neck. You can't, in good conscience, probe corruption in the military when you are involved in the same act. Those living in glass houses don't throw stones. What has loss of morale got to do with those in the front line fighting the war who are complaining of poor welfare and lack of arms to prosecute the war on terror. Victor from Rukboko, that's your contribution. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. Special greetings to Mr. Apaka Dokubo, in addition to the respected panelists. To the my government will succumb to bandits and the rest. This is a step in the right direction, but the menace is gradually engulfing Nigeria. Let the federal government do everything within its jurisdiction to fish out those sponsoring insecurity and killings in Nigeria. Or Wanate Clinton West. That is your contribution. Gift Joseph, police arrest, rescue, and move in and take action. All right, God is watching them. Thank you, Gift. The judgment on the Senate spending, is it an originating summons or a judgment? I wish I had the answer to this question. I don't get them. I guess you're not pleased with it. On Governor Soludo's action on fake pastors and miracles, I wish to state that the governor is doing a good job. To a great extent, many churches and pastors have been deceiving, exploiting, and brainwashing people in the name of miracles. They should go to hospitals and homes and heal the sick. John Owago, you sent that as a reaction. 2 more, and then we check out the voice messages and get set to close. APC government has failed, and we can't pretend about it. Insecurity has been ravaging our country because the president has refused to apply political will. The lives of our children and teachers do not mean anything to government because their children are based abroad. Pastor Sunday from Rumubo, that is your contribution. This is the last one we can take. On Senator Akpabio and the probe of the military, I want to disagree with him because the probe might also help us in winning the war against bandits. I think the Senate and the executive arm are just being careful not to offend the military. They are scared of possible military takeover. Amos Amigo from Eleme, that is your contribution. Okay, is there a voice message here? I saw one earlier, but it's like 3 minutes. You know, I only played the first 60 seconds of it. The rest we can leave it with you, yeah? I'm sure there'll be peace. So this one.
Good morning, Kelly. I will plead with you to at least play this voice so that you can get the details of what you people are discussing concerning the Rumokwache road, the water there. So this is what happened. I didn't mean I have time. I would have go there to video it for you so that you can see it yourself. The problem is not caused by Julius Berger, neither neither the community, because they are agitating for what is right. If you go there, you will see it yourself. So what happened is that I think it's what I'll call negligence by the side of the government, because these people have been crying over the years. I moved into Ogbogoro for like 5 years till now, and before then, up till now, the place have been like that. What caused the problem is the canal, where the water from MTO Road, Ozoba, Romokwache, and this thing Ogbogoro water emptied into before the river. So the canal was done halfway from the river bank to a certain distant point, and they stopped it. This canal, I'm telling you, we are talking about is more than 12 feet. It's up to 15 feet. If you go there, from the halfway they stopped it to the ring road, is up to 12 feet. So, and there are houses around there. Houses around there. There is no way to cross into your house. There is no way for you to even cast it, for you to say, okay, you want to form a bridge by yourself. No. So there is this. They have suffered this thing for a very long time. So when this ring road came, they told them that before they can continue, before they can empty that water from Rumokwache, Ozoba, and empty road to that place, that they have to complete the canal. Kelly, if you reach here, if you come here, you will pity people that are staying around. You will pity small children that use plank to cross to their houses. My brother, is terrible. So Ogbogro people have to decide, have to make a decision after the protest upon the protest, and government did not give them listening ear. So they have to block it so that everybody will now suffer for them to get the government attention. So that is what happened. You can come here and find out, and see it yourself. That you people that stays around there. This canal have been here for over how many years? Over 5 years that have been here, and it's not done. So
All right, that message from Ebeka Innocent Child. Okay, so we'll play the whole thing. Thank you. We have to go. Thank you all for being part of the conversation today. We appreciate you, and we thank you for spending the time with us. Those that listened, contributed, thank you. Obaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ Zone F South. Good morning, sir. Thank you again.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm
Thank
forgiving
you, Rivers people. Your matter will still, we'll look at it. We'll still look at it.
Professor Emmanuel Wona, Professor of Political Economy and Development Consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Kelly.
Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
All right, so we have closed. That's our show, everyone.
we are preparing our paper for the suit. Another legal action.
When I give him a chance to say, when I give him a chance to say goodbye,
what he just did now is actionable.
He will add more. Don't you understand?
What he did now is actionable.
Let me just end the show like this. Then we all frown our faces and go.
It's actionable.
Mr. Olaleko Hige, the veteran journalist. Thank you, sir.
You have finally opened yourself to probe. You have finally opened yourself to probe. Just end the program. We are waiting for you. Just end it.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your day, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Radio has never been this good.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. It's a beautiful week, a very good one, I think. The weather's telling us it's going to be a lot of cold this week. Welcome, and it's Monday, 8th of June, 2026, 11:34. Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima.
I'm Anastasia Benjamin.
It's good to see you this week. You look beautiful. How was your weekend? Did you have a good time?
Thank you.
I was asking you about Blood Sisters. If you've seen someone told you that it's not nice.
No, I've not seen the film, but the trailers I've watched so far, I don't know.
You need to.
See, the thing is, I need to go start it all over again because I can't remember what the whole plot was about. So
okay.
I don't want that. I don't think I have that time.
The plot. I think one thing with continuation is when you get moved to the second series. I mean, the second series.
Season.
Yeah, the second season rather. Everything begins to come back.
No, it doesn't work like that. I have to go through the story again because I'm not actually watching it through the normal audience, so I'm also watching as a writer. You understand? So it means a lot to me that I follow the story because I need to understand why is this scene happening. And then there's a whole lot of things like I've noted down that I want to, probably when I'm watching the series, I'm looking at, okay, did this really make sense? Because I've read a lot of reviews from acclaimed writers and all of those. So I'm actually looking forward to like see if their points were actually valid. So you see, I feel like when I have the time, I'm going to sit down and watch it. But now I don't think I've seen the film.
I did, and I think after seeing it, I looked out for the writers, and I think that they did a brilliant work. Okay. I enjoyed the second season compared to the first season. Absolutely. I saw one Zele Zulu writer, Craig Fregmond or something, but they did a great work, and I really like. And then the actors were brilliant as usual. Gabriel Afolayan, I think that man is a brilliant actor. Nancy Sime, I don't know why they give her romantic roles to play. I think that girl is Raz. I prefer her as a Raz actress. Yes. And then you had Blessing. I mean, everything was really it was nice.
And
one thing the writer did,
character I was actually looking forward to, because a lot of people have been talking about how she killed the role, and even her husband had to
post something
about it. And I'm like, oh, this is so cute.
She's Blessing Obasi is good, really a good actress. Kate Henshaw also did her thing, all right, with playing the role that she played, even continuation from the first season. It was really beautiful seeing all the actors show up in the way that they did, and they've been doing this watch party thing, promoting it. Every cast been throwing a watch party, and they have had their friends, family come watch, and it's really interesting to see that Ebony Life Studios also did that production, executive produced by Mo Abudu too. And another thing the writer did too, Anastasia, coming from a writer perspective, or let me express your writing perspective, is that they put us in the space where it's like we're going to come back with a season 3.
I hope
So
they were it's not going to take another 4 years.
They were still roaming on. I think was that not Third Mainland Bridge at the end? It's like a journey to somewhere that would continue in season 3. But we'll look at that. Let's see what's happening on the foreign scene. Well, aged 80. John Lithgow and Leslie Manville Lee Tony Awards winners. Now, Lithgow became the oldest male actor ever to win a Tony for his portrayal of author Roald Dahl in Giant. The actor's latest Tony trophy comes more than 5 decades after his first, when he won for his role in the 1972 Broadway production of Changing Rooms. 2 Tony bookends with 53 years between them, Lithgow noted in his acceptance speech. British actress Manville won the first Tony of her career for her performance as Jocasta in the Greek tragedy Oedipus. Accepting the award, Manville said, "I'm a bit overwhelmed. It was my first time on Broadway, so this is such a big deal." She also paid tribute to her fellow nominees Rose Byrne, Carrie Coon, Suzanne Flood, Kelly O'Hara, and joked, "Would someone like to write a play for 5 women? We're quite bankable." A new production of Arthur O'Malley's Death of a Salesman dominated the night overall, notching up 6 wins in total. They included Best Revival of a Play, as well as the Lead Actress Prize for Metcalf, a BAFTA and Oscar-nominated actress known for Rosanna and Lady Bird. But Metcalf said, "When I was in college, I met 6 fellow students." At the time, the show's success at the ceremony was notable for also scoring the first Tony Award for controversial producer Scott Rudin since he stepped back from Broadway in 2021 following allegations of bullying and abusive behavior towards employees. Well, in Nigeria, where Tamunosoye Karibi George, representing Bayelsa State, has been crowned Miss World Nigeria 2026, the 26-year-old from Port Harcourt, River State, emerged winner among 20 finalists in a competition themed Pride, Power and Purpose. She was crowned on Saturday night at a grand finale held at Balmoral Hall Federal Palace Hotel, Lagos. She will represent Nigeria at the 73rd Miss World Festival, scheduled to hold in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, from August 9 to September 5, 2026. For Silverbird Group founder and former lawmaker representing Bayelsa East, Senator Ben Murray Bruce, who announced and celebrated the win, described Karibi George as more than a queen. We have a queen. A new chapter begins. Please join us in celebrating Tamunosoye Karibi George, representing Bayelsa State, as the newly crowned Miss World Nigeria 2026, Murray Bruce posted on X on Sunday. I saw her pictures. She's really beautiful. Congratulations to her. And I'm hoping, after Bani Derego, I don't think, has anyone clinched the win for Miss World after that?
Not win, actually, but I think we've been doing very well. I remember this one that won... I think it's something cultural at Miss Universe.
Okay.
She won the cultural whatever. And that was like really huge because her costume was like given, you know. So yeah, I think we've been doing very well when it comes to international pageants and stuff like that.
I'm talking about a Miss World win now because she's going to be representing Nigeria at the Miss World pageant.
No Nigerian has won Miss World. Ever since.
After Abani Derego?
No. Nobody.
Yeah. Okay. So if this happens, it's going to be really good. We're
I think it's the quality now, the quality of the kind of people contestants we put out there. In the times of Abani Derego, like she had all what it takes to be like a beauty queen. So I don't think Nigeria can produce that kind of queen now. Because
I don't understand. Because if you
look through, no, I'm telling you, most of these people right now, you know, they're not really putting out talent, you know, the people that really deserve it. Most of the time it's politics that actually get this girl to actually win this stuff. So by the time they go into the international stage, they find out it requires a lot. You understand? So let me even give you an example. You remember that South African girl that claimed Nigeria that came back and then won something? I think she was a runner-up or something like that. So you see, she was already trained professionally I don't think Nigerians are producing
queen. I had a problem with that win for her coming from South Africa and winning the pageant here in Nigeria. I thought I felt it was out of sympathy. I don't know if it was.
No, it wasn't, because she actually went to the international stage and came out third runner-up.
She got the MBGN here first after the South African
saga.
She
qualified. Forget it. She was already like a queen. She was looking like a queen. She had already.
Was it a voting category? Were there votes?
Yeah.
Because that's the angle. Because with everything that happened in South Africa,
I also think she has the queen vibe.
No, she does. But with everything that happened in South Africa, it's very easy for Nigerians to say, "Oh, because of how South Africans treated her, let her win. Let's give her the votes."
But I don't think
and it becomes sympathy. Doesn't take away the fact that she's good, right?
I don't even think. But when I look at the contestant, I think she was like the best among all.
Okay,
that's what I think.
Okay, that's what. Absolutely. So, but congratulations to the Port Harcourt River State born queen. She'll be representing Nigeria in the Miss World contest, and I really do hope that she does really good and makes Nigeria proud. But I like Nigerians. Whatever you do, always be proud of you. Most times, we'll tell you, "Oh, you got to that point. Welcome. We love you. Come back home. You did amazing." Well. Yes, we would always do that. I like that communal spirit that we always show. Now, veteran Nollywood actor Nkemo Owo, popularly known as Osofia, has reacted to the current trend of some producers casting actors based on social media fame rather than talent. Speaking in a recent episode of the Seller Meditate podcast, the thespian said the trend isn't a threat to talented actors. He argued that social media fame can never replace real talent. I don't think social media fame is replacing real talent. It can't. There's no way social media fame can replace real talent, he stated. Now, report that cross-section of Nigerian actors, including Shine Rossman, Bolaji Ogumola, and Osereme Inigbenebo, recently accused Nollywood filmmakers of favoring beauty, social media popularity, physical endowment, and even complexion over real talent in separate interviews. Despite the repeated allegations, Nollywood filmmakers haven't done much in addressing it.
Social media fame replacing what talent?
Yes.
Do you even think there are many talented Nigerian? I think that talent era is gone. Like it used to be in Nkemo Owo's era, but right now I don't think it's
replacing. Right, the word replacing. So you can always be talented and people can recognize you for your talent, but there are certain
if you don't have the social media nobody's even seeing you. That's what I'm trying to say.
But see what everyone is saying with Blessing
sit down to talk about. For example, this Love Island girl that came to Nigeria, if she wanted to cast in a Nollywood film, she can easily do it, and a lot of Nigerians will want to watch simply because
people know her.
Exactly. You get what I'm trying to say. So that's how it works. It's still part of the marketing, PR, and everything.
Because some producers will tell you that they will source for talent and use talent instead and let the person's talent speak for them. Maybe that's a risk for the market now, because some of them complain how Nigerians are used to the faces that they want to see, the people who bring the numbers, the people who excite them. And because they know this person, I'm going to watch this because this person is in it. And then there are other people who, right? But in Nkemo, we're talking about fame. I mean, I think people like him don't even need to be bothered because he's got the fame, he's also got the talent. He recently featured in, I think it was Nignola's video, and just a scene made that video so beautiful.
And you also know, like, old Nollywood, they prioritize talents compared to this.
Yes, so it's the times that we are in. The times have changed. The numbers are as important as whatever you're bringing.
From the story he read, he said he started out as a writer, not really as an actor. So,
what are your thoughts about this? Fame, talent. If you saw a talented actor in a movie, and you saw one of your favorites, which would you pick, right? Which would you pick? And I also think it depends on your lens. Everyone has a lens that they view this thing from. I look out for talented actors. But I'm not a producer. I'm not making money.
That's why you can't say that. You can't say that because
I'm not making money from it.
Business-wise right now, trying to make money, won't be saying I'm looking for talent. So just be like,
what are your thoughts about this? Let's get a text or WhatsApp message. Just send that to 070193396962. You can send a WhatsApp or text message to that number. Then you can also drop a comment on Facebook, Today95.1 FM. That's Facebook, Today95.1 FM. Again, the veteran actor explained that he wanted to remain a scriptwriter, but his colleagues who noticed his comedy skills behind the scenes pressured him into acting. Speaking in a recent episode of the Seller Meditate podcast, Nkemwo said, "My coming in front of the camera was an accident. I was a scriptwriter behind the scenes and people started telling me to start performing in front of the camera. I remember ATV created a 7-minute program for me to do stand-up comedy in the 80s. They told me to come in front of the camera because I was making people laugh behind the camera. With much pressure, I came in front of the camera and saw that what I was doing, people were buying it, so that was how my acting career began." On the downside of his career, O said being famous robbed him of his freedom. "Fame took away my freedom. A lot of people want to be celebrities. They only know the benefits but not the downsides. When you become famous, you can't do a lot of things you were doing freely before. You become restricted in a lot of ways," he explained. I've seen acting stories that feels really good, or I never wanted to be an actor, I just found myself in acting.
I also feel like if you want to go into a career that is far-fetched, start with the closest thing, right? If you want to be a film, I want to act, that's the closest you can actually get. But saying I just want to be an actor and then you're just sitting down there, can you just start with photography, or something? You can just look for something around. You can start with costume, just put yourself around that space. It's easier to break in than just having the big idea, the big dream, and just sitting down.
That may take a long while.
Yeah,
it may take a long while. But then I was talking about people who say I never wanted to be an actor. It just happened. I think I've listened to Enyina, what's his other name? Actor, so Nigerian actor. Okay. He said he just went on set to give his friend food or something, and then there was a role to play, and they said, "Oh, can you do it?" And it's like, "Oh, I don't know," and that's how he got on it. The late
but I don't actually think you can just stumble upon that. It's something you might have at some point thought about, like acting is not bad, It's something you can't just stumble upon it like that.
No, sometimes it's like that. There are certain things people do and they've never thought of. Absolutely, never thought about it.
That's really,
so you don't know that you even have that. You don't. So you do it the first time, it becomes like, oh, this is nice.
Somebody must have told you. There's no way you'll be like great singer, great actor, and no one has ever told you.
There's still those odds. There could be. There could still be those odds. Well, veteran Nollywood actor Saba Kamordin, also known as Radhika, has revealed that the negative perception created by the criminal roles he and some of his colleagues portrayed on screen affected the support they received from the public. Now, speaking during a recent interaction, the actor popularly known as Radhika said many people struggle to separate actors from the characters they play in movies, leading to misconceptions about their real-life personalities. According to him, actors who frequently portray thieves and criminals were often viewed with suspicion, making it difficult for them to attract goodwill and assistance when needed. This is a conversation to really
And I also think it's the actors' responsibility to make sure people don't view you like this. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you have to find a way to remove that persona from yourself. If not, people will just keep we don't watch American film and then we start thinking like James Bond and we start thinking he's a killer or something like that. You're right? Because I think they step out from that.
It's also the stereotype that producers created over the years for actors. And that's why when you see an actor move from what you may think or you've put to them as their comfort zone and play something else, you're like, wow, never seen this person in this light again.
You shouldn't, as an actor, remain allow people to stereotype you into one role.
But it's the market too, because you see a Nancy Isime
do you think of Mama G anytime do you think of her as a wicked stepmom? No, I don't. I think of her like a motherly figure. If I see her tomorrow, I'm probably...
it was there for a very long time. Mama
you think people were thinking she was a witch or something?
She said that people really looked at her physically and thought that she was a wicked person because over the years, filmmakers had put her in that light. But it was just this early 2020s that she came back and started diversifying because the industry is moving too. People are beginning to cast people. Like I said, you see what I said? I said I think a Nancy Isime should always be a bad girl because I saw her in Blood Sisters 2 and Blood Sisters 1, and I think that soft girl, romantic girl doesn't cut it for me. For her, I feel she's harder than she looks.
But you're just talking about stereotype now.
That's the thing. It's the Nollywood has made that for us.
So you think it's Nollywood's fault, not this
exactly.
actors?
Ramsey Noah plays the lover boy. The producer sees that people like it, and they keep giving us a Ramsey Noah over and again, and we just see him in that light, and we love him for that. The next time he plays a killer, we're like, what? No, we don't want to see this. So that's what they made us. That's what they made for us. You just mentioned
like the actors, you have a role to play in that.
When they give you scripts, no act now. When scripts they go pay you, you go say, no, can you give me the script where I get to kill someone? But it's changing. Lots of actors, producers are beginning to cast.
Don't you think it's Nigerians' perception, like the audience, the way the audience receive it? I don't think it's the producer. Like at the end of the day, I think it's the audience. You choose to think they are thieves or criminals because they portray criminals or thieves in film.
But you know, acting is such a deep art. Right? I mean, visual. Because if you're acting, that's why we get angry when they come to explain to us that, oh, I was wearing something. You want it's make believe, and it's as believable as anything. That's why when people carry personas, right? You believe them. If someone comes here now and is all dressed and says, "My father is the president," and this, you would believe. Right? Perception. And perception affects the mind. I remember Abiodun Stevens saying that Blessing Obasi said Abiodun Stevens had to cast her in her movie and said fat girls can be pretty. Because the narrative had always been to be pretty, you had to be slender, you had to be fair in complexion. Fat girls are pretty. Fat girls can be lover girls. Fat girls can, just whatever. And I see a Blessing Obasi. Everyone is celebrating her. If Abiodun Stevens did not give her that opportunity, I don't know what would have been like. But then, no problems. There's the markets, there's the filmmakers. So maybe let's not dump everything on the filmmakers. Let's also see that Nigeria should stop seeing people for what they are on in the screens. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM. We'll play this song shortly. Come back to take your messages and your reaction on that question that we asked, and also see what we can lay our hands on. Moreve Davido, Magician. About a minute, Anastasia, to leave the studio. What can we... Shafi Bello says that you don't have to be what now to be sexy. You don't have to show your body to be sexy. Sexy, show your body. Sexy, show your body.
Yeah, now sexiness coming from. Except you have
because
everything. Everything. If you just like that, like slim, petite, and you are not
sexy when you're covered. I've heard people say that. Scarcely, though. But I've heard people say, oh, it's sexy when you're covered. They want to assume and those paint those pictures. Like,
and I think that's still misogynistic. Because why do you want to paint the picture? I don't think I want to talk anymore.
So it gives them a covered idea of what they want to see.
Yeah,
right?
It's about them. It's about them.
But there's also that argument that, see, if they see the real thing, they see the beauty. I mean, someone sees your arm, someone sees your hand, someone sees your breast, someone sees your laps. They really have an idea. Well, because the word sexy is actually sexy, right? But it depends on what it means to you, right? But I was thinking, and I said, after she's saying this one now, after she said that other thing, feels like, oh.
Yeah, you shouldn't, like.
You don't judge me for that.
Prostitution.
Yes. All right, we have to go. Do you have any messages there, right? All right, thank you so much for staying with us on Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. What a good way to start with you. So it would be tomorrow, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, talking entertainment. Now, the world news with Dawn Wilson is coming up shortly. I'm Queen Chima.
Now I'm Anastasia Benjamin.
Good morning.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Wilson, today in the headlines. President Bola Tinubu vows to defeat insecurity in Nigeria. Reps Committee recovers over 500 million naira VAT from CBN. NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi warns against ethnic profiling amid insecurity. And on the foreign scene, Israel-Iran exchange fire raises fears of wider regional conflict. The details in a moment. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to tackling insecurity, securing the release of all persons held captive, and reducing the economic hardship facing Nigerians. Speaking through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, at the National Interdenominational Church service marking the 2026 Democracy Day celebration in Abuja, Tinubu said the government remains focused on delivering sustainable democratic dividends and addressing the challenges of insecurity, kidnappings, displacement, and rising living costs. He assured citizens that security agencies are being equipped to protect lives and communities, stressing that Nigeria will not yield to terrorism, banditry, or criminal intimidation. The president also called for national unity and peaceful political engagement as activities ahead of the 2027 general elections gather momentum. He urged Nigerians, particularly young people, to reject violence, misinformation, ethnic division, and religious intolerance, warning against being used for political thuggery. The House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee, PAC, has recovered 521.8 million naira in outstanding value-added tax, VAT, from the Central Bank of Nigeria as part of its investigation into alleged revenue leakages linked to transactions processed through the Remitter platform under the Treasury Single Account TSA system. The probe was launched following concerns over revenue losses and alleged non-compliance with operational guidelines governing the platform. Chairman of the committee, Bamidele Salam, said the panel discovered that VAT deductions amounting to 521,765,134.17 naira from remitter transaction fees between November 2018 and April 2024 had not been remitted to the federal government. Salam described the recovery as a major achievement in promoting transparency, accountability, and proper management of public funds, stressing that the committee will continue to ensure full compliance with financial regulations by government agencies. Former Labour Party Vice Presidential candidate Dati Baba Ahmed has said former Vice President Atiku Abubakar could have positioned himself to win the 2027 presidential election if he had supported Peter Obi in the 2023 polls. Speaking during a television program, Baba Ahmed argued that if Atiku had stepped aside in 2023 and backed the Obi-Dati ticket, he and Obi would have been willing to support Atiku's presidential ambition in 2027. He said Atiku missed an opportunity to build a broader political alliance by insisting on contesting the 2023 election. Baba Ahmed contrasted Atiku's approach with that of President Bola Tinubu, whom he described as a patient political strategist. According to him, Tinubu strengthened his political influence over the years by supporting figures such as Atiku in 2007 and the late Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 before eventually pursuing his own presidential ambition. He also expressed doubts about the opposition's coalition's chances against Tinubu, warning that the president understands the coalition's tactics and could undermine its plans. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has cautioned Nigerians against associating criminal activities with entire ethnic groups, describing such narratives as divisive and harmful to national unity. In a post on his verified X account, Obi said many Nigerians, including himself as an Igbo man, have experienced unfair stereotyping based on ethnicity rather than individual character. He noted that many Fulani people are currently facing similar prejudice because of the actions of criminal elements who do not represent their communities. He maintained that crime has no ethnic identity, arguing that thieves, terrorists, and kidnappers are criminals who should be held accountable as individuals rather than being used to stigmatize entire communities. Obi urged Nigerians to reject ethnic profiling, celebrate the country's diversity, and work towards a society where citizens are judged by merit, justice, and mutual respect, rather than tribe, religion, or place of birth. The Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, and Uba Sani have identified quality education, active citizenship, and stronger community collaboration with security agencies as critical tools for addressing banditry, terrorism, and other security challenges in the country. Speaking in Kaduna, Musa described education as a vital non-military strategy for combating insecurity, stressing that lasting peace can only be achieved by overcoming ignorance and hopelessness. The minister urged parents to prioritize education and called on citizens to support security agencies with credible intelligence, noting that criminals often rely on local collaborators. Representing Governor Sani, Kaduna State Attorney General James Kanyip said the academy symbolizes hope and opportunity. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sport, and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. The presidency has rejected comparisons between the abduction of relatives of former Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu and the kidnapping of school children and teachers in Oyo State. The senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on media and publicity, Temi Tokpe Ajayi, stated that the two incidents involved different criminal circumstances and should not be equated. According to Ajayi, the kidnappers who abducted Adelabu's sister and her twin sons were urban criminals motivated by financial gain and operating within a community environment. He contrasted this with armed terrorist groups operating deep in remote areas, describing the situations as fundamentally different in terms of security challenges and rescue operations. Adelabu's sister and her children were rescued by the Nigeria police on Saturday after being held by abductors. Former Senate leader Ali Ndume has applauded the Nigerian army for successfully rescuing hundreds of residents who had been held captive by insurgents in Borno State. The military secured the release of 360 victims who had been in captivity since March from the Ngoshi community during an operation conducted over the weekend. In a statement, Ndume described the operation as a remarkable achievement and a testament to the commitment of security forces in combating insurgency. Ndume also called on the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs to complement military efforts by providing rehabilitation and support services for the rescued victims. Some youths in Opobonkoro local government area of Rivers State have expressed dissatisfaction over reports that Governor Similaye Fubara will not seek re-election in the 2027 governorship election. The youth youths who spoke with Today FM's Priye Izogo described the development as unfair, arguing that previous governors in the state were given the opportunity to complete 2 terms in office. According to them, preventing Governor Fubara from contesting for a second term amounts to political marginalization of the Ijaw ethnic nationality, particularly at a time when one of their own occupies the state's highest political office. They maintained that all ethnic groups in the state should be accorded equal political opportunities and representation, stressing that fairness and equity should guide the political process. Despite their concerns, the youths pledged to remain peaceful and law-abiding, urging their supporters and other residents of the area not to resort to violence or actions capable of threatening the peace of the state. Let's listen to what was said.
We, the Nkoro youth, we are not happy about this issue that is going on. Why our governor cannot complete his own tenure like this now? I think the previous governor complete his own tenure. Let the world look into this matter and give us the solution. If not, things may go out of hand. I beg. Like we now, we are not happy. When our son tried to become a governor to the River State, now we want to stop halfway. We are not happy about that.
Like, I'm not happy about our governor that is not going for second tenure. At least the former governor complete his own tenure. Why our own now happens to be like this, that?
The paramount ruler of Kono, Bue, and Menebua Bue in Kana local government area, His Royal Highness Talo Nwide Tonwe IV has advised politicians against instigating violence as River State approaches another electioneering season. Speaking with Today FM's Priye Izogo, King Nwide Tonwe IV warned that some desperate politicians may attempt to arm youths for political purposes, a situation he said could fuel insecurity and criminal activities after the elections. The traditional ruler stressed that the traditional institution must remain neutral at all times, noting that politicians, regardless of party affiliation, remain subjects of their respective traditional rulers. He also urged Ogoni youths to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and committed to the principles of democracy throughout the political season. Let's listen in.
My advice to the entire youth of Kana and Ogoni in general is that they should not take election as battleground. I want to advise that elections are done all over the world, and there's nowhere people fight for election. But I observe that most of these battles are created by politicians. They hire this group of boys against the other, and when this boy clash, it becomes a problem. My advice for both the politicians and the youth and the elite of the Ogoni not to take law into their hands.
King Nwide Tonwe IV commended the chairman of Kana local government area, Thomas Barrier, for efforts aimed at improving security across communities within the council area, which he said has contributed positively to economic activities and community development.
I have a team that is taking control over those youths, and they themselves have realized that they do not benefit from crisis or problem. So that's why the area is peaceful now. To the chairman of Kana, who took upon himself for the maintenance of peace in Kana.
The President General of the Akpo Youth Assembly, Wale Azubike, has decried the deplorable state to economic activities in the area. Azubike, who expressed dissatisfaction over what he described as the government's failure to address the condition of the road, said residents feel neglected and abandoned. He lamented that the poor state of the road has brought the local economy to a standstill, stressing that government has a responsibility to provide basic infrastructure for the people. According to him, rather than enjoying the dividends of democracy, residents are subjected to untold hardship as they struggle daily to access their communities.
It is like we are not part of this country anymore. We have a government that is supposed to give out dividends of democracy to Nigerians. You know, basic infrastructures is the bane of development. Are we in Banana Republic? Are we zombies? How can a road of this magnitude, where economic activity is flying here and there, will be dilapidated to the level of we are not looking for a canoe, a ferry boat to get through to our houses? What is happening to River State? What is happening to what's happening to the people of our kingdom? Are we animals? Why won't government come to our aid? I spent 8,000 naira to come to Bogoro. I didn't know this situation has gotten to this extent. Now I am calling on well-meaning Nigerians, those of us who are also hearing my voice. You are passing and you are living within these houses. It is high time we go on the street and tell these people that government belongs to all. The power is our own.
Meanwhile, Today FM's Olawale Sanusi, who visited the area, reports that the road has deteriorated to the point where motorists can no longer drive from Rumo-Kachi to Ogbogoro without difficulty. Our correspondent observed that many commuters are forced to alight from their vehicles and walk across flooded portions of the road before continuing their journey. He also gathered that transport fares have increased significantly, with passengers now paying as much as 700 naira from Ozuoba to Ogbogoro up from the previous fare of 400 naira. Commercial drivers also pay up to 500 naira as toll fees to adjoining estates to bypass the flooded sections of the road. On the foreign scene, tensions in the Middle East have escalated following exchange of attacks by Iran, Israel, and Yemen's Houthi rebels, threatening a fragile ceasefire and raising concerns of a broader regional war. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, said it launched strikes on Israel's Nevatim and Tel Nof air bases in retaliation for Israeli overnight attacks on radar installations and military targets across Iran, including sites near Tehran, Tabriz, Isfahan, and Mashhad petrochemical complex. The conflict widened as Yemen's Houthi movement launched missiles toward Israel and announced a ban on Israeli maritime navigation in the Red Sea. The latest escalation follows Iran's missile attack on northern Israel, its first since an April ceasefire agreement involving the United States and Israel. The renewed hostilities have complicated ongoing ceasefire talks between Washington and Tehran, pushed oil prices higher, and heightened fears of a return to full-scale conflict across the region. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has vowed to defeat insecurity across Nigeria. The House of Reps Committee on Public Accounts has recovered over 500 million naira VAT from the CBN. We told you that the NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi has warned against ethnic profiling amid insecurity in the country. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that the Israel-Iran exchange of fire has raised fears of a wider regional conflict. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okorie. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Dawn Wilson. Thank you for listening. Have a great afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibilities. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM. Today.
Welcome to Echoes from Heaven with Nathaniel Osawi. Be blessed as you listen.
Praise the Lord. We have been looking at curses and blessings. We started by looking at the very beginning, the very foundation. Genesis chapter 1, the Bible says, after God made man in his image, God pronounced a blessing on man. God pronounced a blessing on mankind, on the whole of humanity. God pronounced a blessing to man. He says, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, subdue it, be fruitful, be fruitful. That's, it says God made man and God blessed man. And then he tells us the words of the blessing. What that blessing was. The first thing he said be fruitful. God's intention for man was that man be fruitful, be productive in every area, every aspect. There was nothing like barrenness. There was nothing like infertility in any aspect of life. Man was to be productive and fruitful all around. He says be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, means subdue it. It was a blessing that God pronounced on man. But we know the story. Man sold out. When man disobeyed God, that blessing was lost. And we have read that it is only in Christ Jesus that blessing is restored. The blessing that man lost as a result of disobedience, it is only in Christ Jesus that blessing is fully restored. And I want to let you know that it is the same today. It has not changed. The blessing that man lost as a result of disobedience is fully restored in Christ Jesus. But the question is, if that blessing is fully restored in Christ Jesus, why then do we still see the signs of that curse? The Bible says man sinned and disobeyed God, and God placed a curse. He said, cursed is the ground for thy sake. God placed a curse on the ground. The ground was where man's food was coming from. Man was to till the garden. That was where man's food was coming from, and God pronounced a curse on the ground for the sake of man. Because of man, a curse was placed on the ground, and the ground could no longer produce as much as it was meant to produce. But the question is, if the blessing that man lost is restored in Christ, why then do people still labor under that curse? The answer is simple. I've said that it is only in Christ Jesus that the blessing is fully restored. And not every person is in Christ Jesus. Even many people who are in Christ Jesus, they are walking in ignorance. They do not understand the blessing that is in Christ Jesus. But I want to let you know that, I'm so excited to talk about it and to think about it. to think about the blessing that I have in Christ Jesus. The Bible says in Galatians chapter 3 verse 9, it says, so then they that are of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Those who are of faith in Christ Jesus, people who have placed their faith in Christ, the Bible says they are blessed. And I'm excited about it, just to think about it. It says, by placing my faith in Christ Jesus, I am blessed with Abraham. Galatians chapter 3 verse 9. And then if you go down to verse 13, it says, Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone that hangs on the tree, that the blessing of Abraham might come upon us through Jesus Christ, and that we might receive the promise of the Spirit by faith. Christ has redeemed us, and he has brought a blessing. He has brought a blessing. What we have in Christ Jesus is blessing. You know, sometimes you try to talk to people to come to Christ, and it's like you are begging them. It's like you are, but I say, if people truly understood the privilege of being in Christ Jesus, the blessing of being in Christ Jesus, if people actually understood, you will not beg them. People think that coming to Christ, being in Christ Jesus is about don't do this, don't do that. Yes, there are a lot of do's and don'ts, but that's not the primary thing. When you come to Christ, you are coming to receive blessing. Life in Christ is a blessed life. It is a blessed life. The man who is in Christ Jesus may not be a millionaire. He may not have so much, but I tell you, he has something that the man without Christ does not have. When we talk about, it's unfortunate when we talk about blessing today, people think only in terms of money. They think that money is blessing. Money is not blessing. Yes, money can blessing can manifest financially. There's financial blessing, but money is not blessing. Blessing is not money. The life in Christ Jesus is a blessed life. Christ came to restore, and it is only in Christ Jesus that the blessing that man lost is restored. I'll read Deuteronomy chapter 30. Like I said, the question may be, if Christ came to restore the blessing that man lost, why then do people still labor under the curse? In Deuteronomy chapter 30 from verse 15, it says, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. It says, I set the two before you. I'll read verse 19. I'll come back to that verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 30 verse 19. It says, I call heaven and earth to record this day. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. It says, let heaven and earth witness that I have set before you life and death. Both are options open to you, life and death, blessing and cursing. Both are options available to you. And then it says, you choose. You can choose blessing, you can choose curse. Every man who is walking under a curse today, it's a matter of choice. The day you decide to come out of that curse, you can come out of it. It says, I set before you blessing and cursing. It says, therefore choose. Choose life. Choose blessing. Choose. The two are set before you. What does that tell you? It tells you that blessing or curse is a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice. It is your choice that determines whether you will live under a curse or under the blessing of God. I set before you this day blessing and cursing. And then it says, choose. 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 It is your choice that determines your destiny. It is your choice that determines whether you will live under the curse or under the blessing of God. It's a matter of choice. It says, choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. Now, I believe that there is nobody that if you present blessing and curse before whom, who will choose curse. There's no person who will see blessing, see curse, and then choose curse. But do you know that every day, by the choices people make, they are bringing curses upon themselves? Every day, people are choosing curse. People are choosing the curse, but they are not aware. By your actions, by your deed, by your lifestyle, you are either attracting the blessing of God or a curse upon your life. I've read, on previous episodes, I read several scriptures that showed the man that is cursed, that showed the things that bring curses. One of them is Zechariah chapter 5 verse 3. It says the curse of the Lord will enter into the house of the thief. The curse of the Lord will enter into the house of the thief. And I also read Proverbs chapter 3 verse 33 that says the curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked. It says the Lord, the easy to read version says the Lord curses a wicked family. I said blessing or curse is a matter of choice. It is the choices you make. It is the life you choose to live. It is how you choose to live your life. Whether you choose sin or you choose righteousness, that is what determines what you attract. There are many people who are praying for blessing. People who are claiming blessing. But they are not aware that by their lifestyle, what they are choosing is a curse. How can you say you are praying for the blessing of God and you are a thief? The Bible says the curse of the Lord will enter into the house of the thief. How can you say you are claiming blessing and you're living a sinful life? You're living an immoral life. You are a runs girl, and then on Sunday you go to church and you say you are claiming the blessing of God. The Bible says the curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked. Now in Deuteronomy chapter 30 verse 19, it says, I set before you life and death, choose. Now in verse 20, remember it says choose. And then in verse 20, it shows us how to choose. It says that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life and the length of thy days. It says the way to choose is not just to say, I choose life, I choose life. No, that is not how to choose life. It's not just by saying it. It says the way you choose life. In verse 19, it says, choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live, both you and your children. The choices you make can affect your children. The way you live, the lifestyle you choose, it can affect your children. You can pass a blessing or a curse to your children by the way you live. It says, choose life that both you and your seed may live. And then in verse 20, it tells us how to choose that life. It says, it is by loving the Lord. And remember, Jesus said, if you love me, you will obey, you will keep my commandments. It says, it is by loving the Lord. It is by obeying his voice. How did man lose that blessing in the garden? It was by disobedience. It was disobedience that brought the curse. It was disobedience that stripped man of the blessing. Now, God is saying that the way back to that blessing is obedience. It says that you love the Lord your God, you obey his voice, and you cleave unto him. You hold on to him. You'll never let anything come between you and God. Now, I go back to verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 15. It says, I set before you this day life and good, death and evil, which is the same thing as the blessing and the curse. And then in verse 16, it shows us how to choose good. It says, in that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, walk in the ways of God, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. You can't be living a life of sin. And I tell you again, dear friend, if you are living a life of sin, you are only attracting the curse of God into your life. Do anything people think that giving money is what attracts the blessing of God. I tell you, don't be deceived. Your money cannot attract the blessing of God. Your money does not attract the blessing of God. God looks beyond that. You cannot buy the blessing of God. It's a life of obedience. It's a life of righteousness that attracts the favor and the blessing of God. It's a life of obedience. The life of sin will only bring curse. It will only bring pain. God calls you to turn away from sin. God calls you to forsake sin. The Bible says, eyes have not seen, ears have not heard. It has not entered into the hearts of men. The things which God has prepared for them that love you, that love Him. God has great plans and great promises for your life. But you must forsake sin.
I believe you have been blessed. Tune in next week for another refreshing episode of Echoes from Heaven. Please let us know how you have been blessed through this program by calling, texting, or sending a WhatsApp message to this number 081 355 57592. Once again, 081 355 57592. You can also send an email to echoesfh@gmail.com. echoesfh@gmail.com. God bless you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves on the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
It's just one of them days when I wanna be all alone. It's just one.
time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
them come out from the country gas wait small. This now because the Nigerian government don't postpone their plan of sending evacuation flight to South Africa to Wednesday again. Authorities say na sake of logistical challenges. The aircraft were supposed to leave Johannesburg this Monday evening with about 270 passengers. Don't they delayed so that government go fit finalize their operational arrangements on how the evacuation will happen. Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs talk person Kimiebi Imomotimi Ebienfa explained say na sake of unforeseen logistical considerations na im make them reschedule the evacuation to Wednesday 10 June. So far, Nigerian authorities don't screen and clear more than 1,000 Nigerians who won't return home from South Africa. President Bola Tinubu approved 5 evacuation flights in total as screening and registration of Nigerian citizens for South Africa extend to Wednesday. Nigerian authorities promised to announce more details about the time for departure and arrival for Lagos once them get final clearance. While Nigerian government still they drag leg for ground, the government of Ghana don't bring back the 3rd batch of their citizens from South Africa over the weekend, and total number where don't return now 600. Even as governments of African countries no happy with waiting they happen to foreign nationals for South Africa, President of South Africa Cyril Ramaphosa on Sunday talk say the country must end illegal migration and deal with the challenges as im promise to address the main issues where they cause economic wahala and unemployment for im country.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering